Welcome back. Get yourself comfortable, sort out your pillow, adjust the blanket, do whatever it is you need to do. Tonight, we're going to talk about Steven Universe. And I know what some of you might be thinking. Steven Universe, the cartoon. The one about the kid and the alien rock people in the beach town. The one with the whimsical color palette and the gentle theme song and the episodes about eating breakfast and going to a car wash. That one. And yes, genuinely that's the one. We're going to spend the next few hours with it. Now, if you've watched it, you already know there's more going on than the surface suggests. And if you haven't, then what's ahead of you is one of the more quietly extraordinary pieces of animation ever made. A show that hides behind its bright colors and its warm, slightly silly exterior, one of the most carefully constructed emotional mythologies in television. It's the kind of show that rewards rewatching in a specific way that not many things do, where each pass-through reveals a layer you weren't ready to see the last time, where scenes you remember as simple turn out to have been complicated all along, and you just didn't have the context yet. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's start at the beginning. Steven Universe premiered on Cartoon Network in November 2013, though the pilot aired earlier that year as a standalone short. It was created by Rebecca Sugar, who had been a writer and storyboarder on Adventure Time before this, someone who was known for the emotional precision of the episodes she worked on, and who clearly had enormous ambitions for what she wanted to do with her own show. She became one of the first women to solely create a series for Cartoon Network, which is the sort of historical footnote that gets mentioned and then moved past, but it's worth sitting with for a moment. The landscape she was working in at that time, in that format, was not particularly hospitable to the kind of story she was trying to tell. And what was she trying to tell? Well, we'll get to the whole of that answer over the next few hours. But the short version is a story about love as a form of survival, about the weight of inherited trauma, about what it costs to exist inside systems that were never designed for you, and about the incredibly hard work of learning to be a person rather than a role. All of that delivered inside a cartoon that features a recurring character who is a purple woman who eats socks and thinks it's funny. The genius of it is that neither of those descriptions is wrong. On the surface, and the surface is genuinely lovely, this isn't a trick. The warmth is real. Steven Universe is about an 11-year-old boy named Steven Universe who lives in a small beach town called Beach City with 3 alien warriors called the Crystal Gems. Garnet, who is tall and quiet and impossibly cool, with her visor and her deep voice and her gauntlets. Amethyst, who is chaotic and loud and eats everything she can find whether or not it's edible. Pearl, who is precise and elegant and slightly wound up, and who you could set a clock to in terms of when she'll go quiet in a particular sad way during any given episode. Steven himself is round and enthusiastic and desperately wants his magical powers to work. He lives above a beach and below a magical temple, and his dad lives in a van nearby. And his mum gave up her physical form to give birth to him, and is in some way contained inside the gem in his stomach, and he's sort of come to terms with all of that at the age of 11. The early episodes are almost deliberately low stakes. There's an episode about Steven trying to get his shield to work by eating a specific flavor of ice cream. There's one about a car wash, one about a cookie cat, which is a discontinued ice cream sandwich that Steven is deeply emotionally invested in. The show moves at a gentle pace in its first season, taking its time building Beach City as a real feeling place. The fish restaurant, the donut shop, the arcade, the residents who all have their own small plots and recurring jokes. There's Lars, who works at the donut shop and is trying too hard to be cool. There's Sadie, who works alongside him and is quietly more capable than anyone gives her credit for. There's Onion, who is a child who never speaks and is consistently unsettling in a way the show treats as perfectly normal. It feels like a seaside town, a real one, with actual people in it, and a particular quality of late summer light. And that feeling, that warmth, that texture, is doing important work that I don't think the show always gets credit for. Because the thing about the darkness in Steven Universe, and we will get to a great deal of darkness before this is over, is that it lands the way it does because the warmth is genuine. The stakes feel real because the people feel real. When something terrible happens to a character you understand, it's terrible. When something beautiful happens, it's beautiful. The show earns its emotions by taking the time to make you care first. Rebecca Sugar has talked about the show being influenced by her own childhood and her relationship with her younger brother Steven. The character is named after him. And the dynamic between Steven and his crystal gem family has a certain quality that feels drawn from life. The way a child moves through a household of adults and absorbs more than anyone intends him to. She's also talked about how the show's musical theater influences its queer sensibility, its approach to emotional honesty, were all things she had to fight for in various ways over the course of making it. The show you watch isn't the show that would have existed if every note from every level of oversight had been accepted. That resistance matters. It's in the show. You can feel it in the parts where the show says something true that animated children's programming very rarely says. We'll get to several of those parts tonight. The music is worth mentioning early, because it's one of the show's most underappreciated elements. Rebecca Sugar wrote a huge number of the songs herself, and she wrote them knowing the complete arc of the story, meaning that a song appearing in Season 1 can contain emotional information about Season 4 if you know where to look. The music in Steven Universe is not filler. It's not scene transition set to melody. It's character exposition and narrative foreshadowing and emotional thesis statements, all folded into tunes that are immediately, genuinely catchy. We'll spend a whole section on the music eventually. For now, just keep it in the back of your mind as a thing that this show is doing. So, what are we actually going to cover tonight? We're going to start with the world the show is built in, Gem Society, what it actually is once you look at it honestly, what colonization means in this context, and what the Gem hierarchy does to the people inside it. From there, we'll move into the history of Pink Diamond, which is the central mystery of the show's first 5 seasons and which, once understood, recolors everything that came before it. We'll talk about Lapis Lazuli and what her story is really about. We'll talk about corruption, not as a plot device, but as a metaphor for what war does to minds. We'll spend time with Garnet, with Pearl, with Amethyst, with Bismuth, with White Diamond. We'll get into Steven Universe Future, which is the limited epilogue series and which goes places the original show couldn't or didn't. And we'll finish with the music and with what I think the show is ultimately about, which is something I find easier to articulate at 1 in the morning than any other time. None of these sections depend on each other in the sense that if you fall asleep at any point, you'll have had a complete experience. The whole thing is structured to be something you can drift in and out of. There are no cliffhangers, no moments where you have to stay awake to catch the payoff. This is lore for a show that genuinely rewards slowness, and we're going to move through it at the pace it deserves. If you're not familiar with Steven Universe at all, welcome. This might be a slightly unusual introduction to a show, but I don't think you'll be lost. If you've seen it all and are here because you want to hear someone go on about it for a while, also welcome, and also same. And if you've seen parts of it, or you watched it years ago and your memories are fuzzy, genuinely perfect, because that's almost the ideal state for this kind of revisit. You'll be encountering things freshly and with a bit of context, which is a nice place to be. Right. Let's begin. Actually, before we do, I want to say something about why this particular show seems worth spending this amount of time on. Because there are a lot of shows in the world, and not all of them warrant a 4-hour exploration of their emotional architecture at whatever time it is where you are. Steven Universe is one of the few pieces of animated television I can think of where the gap between what it looks like and what it is genuinely enormous. Not in a deceptive way. The show doesn't bait and switch you into something grim. It's more that it operates on multiple registers simultaneously, and each register is fully functional. The kids who watched it on Cartoon Network in 2013 got a warm, funny, occasionally scary adventure cartoon. The adults who watched it alongside those kids or who found it later got something that spoke to them about identity and relationships and inherited damage and the exhausting work of healing in a way that very few ostensibly adult things manage. Both experiences were completely valid, neither was wrong, and the thing that interests me about rewatching it now, whenever your now is that you get to have both of those experiences at once, the memory of the first and the weight of the second. There's also something to be said about the timing of the show's existence. Steven Universe ran from 2013 to 2019 with Future completing in 2020. It was made during a specific moment in the history of animation, a period when a handful of shows were quietly expanding what the medium could do. When the idea that a cartoon aimed at children could engage seriously with identity and trauma and systemic oppression was still novel enough to be genuinely surprising. Steven Universe was at the front of that particular wave, and some of what feels most remarkable about it now is how much of it got right, how early and how completely. Rebecca Sugar, when she talks about the show, often returns to the idea of people who exist outside the categories they were assigned, who find themselves, through love or circumstance, in new forms of being that the systems around them don't have language for. That is, when you think about it, a very precise description of what the show is about. And it's also in many ways a description of its audience. The queer kids who grew up watching it. The kids who felt like they didn't fit the roles they'd been given. The adults who recognized in the lives of these alien rock people something that sounded uncomfortably familiar. The show saw those people. It made something for them. And it put that something inside a format. The Saturday morning cartoon, bright colors, catchy songs, monsters of the week, that meant those people could access it even in households where anything more explicit would have been unwelcome. That's a kind of care that I find genuinely moving. The warmth of the show isn't just aesthetic. It's functional. It's the wrapper that lets the thing inside be delivered. One thing I should say before we get into any of the actual content, Steven Universe is a show that is, at its deepest level, incredibly kind. I want to be clear about that before we spend 4 hours pulling back layers that get increasingly uncomfortable. The show earns its darkness by being genuinely committed to the idea that people, all kinds of people, with all kinds of histories, can change and grow and deserve to be treated with compassion. That doesn't mean the show lets its characters off the hook. It doesn't. But it holds them accountable the way a good friend might, rather than the way a courtroom might. Which is to say, it's interested in understanding as well as consequence. I think that's what makes rewatching it so particular as an experience. You don't go back and discover that your favorite characters are actually villains. You go back and discover that they were always more complicated than you had the context to understand on first pass, and that the show knew that about them long before you did. The information was there, you just couldn't hold all of it at once. Now, the show ran for 5 seasons, plus a 1-hour special and a limited sequel series. There is genuinely a lot of lore. We're going to move through the most interesting parts of it tonight at a comfortable pace, and I'll try to keep things grounded in the actual emotional experience of watching, rather than in a timeline of events. Because really, the timeline is almost beside the point. What matters is what the show is about, underneath. Which is, as Rebecca Sugar has said in various ways, in various interviews, love. But love as work. Love as a thing you have to choose repeatedly, sometimes in circumstances that make it difficult. Love as the thing that fuses people together in ways that the systems they live inside would prefer didn't happen. Love is ultimately the only thing that actually changes anything. Heavy stuff for a show about a kid in a beach town who just wanted his powers to work. And speaking of the kid, Steven himself, I want to spend a moment on him before we dive into the wider world. Because Steven Universe, the character is doing something quite specific that the show doesn't always get credit for. Steven is, at the start of the series, a fundamentally joyful person. He's curious and enthusiastic, and he loves his family and his friends with an uncomplicated openness. That is, in retrospect, the show setting up a very long-term emotional investment. Because you spend the first few seasons watching Steven be happy, and helpful and occasionally accidentally catastrophic. And gradually you start to notice that the catastrophes are getting less accidental and more structural. That the world Stephen lives in has been damaged in ways that predate him by thousands of years. And that damage keeps finding him. What Steven Universe does with Stephen is something that takes the full length of the original series, plus the movie, plus future, to complete. It is, at its most distilled, the story of a child who was expected to fix problems that were created before he was born, and what that expectation does to a person over time. The original series is the fixing. Future is the reckoning. And somewhere in between those two things is a portrait of childhood that is, for a cartoon, unusually honest about what it costs to be cheerful in difficult circumstances. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. One thing I should say before we get into any of the actual content. Steven Universe is a show that is, at its deepest level, incredibly kind. I want to be clear about that before we spend 4 hours pulling back layers that get increasingly uncomfortable. The show earns its darkness by being genuinely committed to the idea that people, all kinds of people, with all kinds of histories, can change and grow and deserve to be treated with compassion. That doesn't mean the show lets its characters off the hook. It doesn't. But it holds them accountable the way a good friend might, rather than the way a courtroom might. Which is to say, it's interested in understanding as well as consequence. I think that's what makes rewatching it so particular as an experience. You don't go back and discover that your favorite characters are actually villains. You go back and discover that they were always more complicated than you had the context to understand on first pass, and that the show knew that about them long before you did. The information was there. You just couldn't hold all of it at once. The show is, in that sense, extraordinarily patient with its audience. It trusts you to catch up. It hides things in plain sight and then waits, sometimes for 2 full seasons, for the context to arrive that makes those things visible. Now, the show ran for 5 seasons plus that 1-hour finale special, and then a limited epilogue series called Steven Universe Future. There is genuinely a lot of lore, thousands of years of gem history, a mythology that spans multiple planets and civilizations, a roster of characters each with their own deeply specific emotional backstory. We're going to move through the most interesting parts of it tonight, at a comfortable pace, and I'll try to keep things grounded in the actual emotional experience of watching, rather than in a strict chronology. Because really, the timeline is almost beside the point. What matters is what the show is about underneath, which is, as Rebecca Sugar has said in various ways, in various interviews, love. But love as work. Love is a thing you have to choose, repeatedly, sometimes in circumstances that make it difficult. Love is the thing that fuses people together in ways that the systems they live inside would prefer didn't happen. Love as, ultimately, the only thing that actually changes anything. Heavy stuff for a show about a kid in a beach town who just wanted his powers to work. Let's start with the world. The crystal gems, when you first encounter them, feel like a superhero team. That's essentially what they are in the early episodes. 3 people with special powers who protect a specific location from magical threats, living together in a house attached to a magical temple, with a kid along for the ride. There's a structure and a rhythm to it that's familiar. Monster appears, team assembles. Monster gets poofed, which is the show's word for when a gem's physical body is destroyed and they retreat into their gemstone to regenerate. Steven probably does something pivotal and slightly accidental. Everyone is fine. Credits. And that formula works, genuinely. The early Monster of the Week episodes are charming. They have a lot of personality. The show takes real care to make Beach City feel lived in, and the crystal gems feel like distinct people rather than character types. And Steven feels like a real 11-year-old rather than a plot device in a small body. There's a genuine lightness to it. But in the background of all of it, being constructed with what turns out to be careful attention to detail, is the world these characters come from. And that world, once you start looking at it honestly, is one of the bleaker pieces of sci-fi world building in recent animation. Gems are not born, they don't have parents, they don't have childhoods, not in any conventional sense. They are manufactured, injected into planets, grown inside the rock using the planet's organic material as fuel, and then they emerge fully formed with a predetermined purpose, a predetermined personality template, a predetermined social rank, and a body shape coded to their function. A pearl is always tall and slim and graceful because pearls are decorative attendants. Aesthetics are part of their function. A ruby is always small and stocky because rubies are low-level soldiers. Durability over elegance. A jasper is always massive because jaspers are elite quartz warriors. And their body is the job. There is no flexibility in this. There is no choosing. The system is run by the diamond, authority, 4 enormous gems, the diamonds, who function as something between gods and corporate executives and absolute monarchs. White diamond, yellow diamond, blue diamond, and, before the events of the show, pink diamond. Each diamond oversees colonies, manages portions of the gem empire, and maintains the order of the whole thing. Every gem is made for one of them or for the empire they collectively run. Now, when the show introduces this early on, it has a certain distance to it. Homeworld feels very far away. The crystal gems are rebels who fought against Homeworld thousands of years ago and won. Or at least, won in the sense that Homeworld left Earth and the crystal gems were still standing. There are occasional hints that Homeworld still exists, that there are other gems out there who follow Diamond Authority rules. But for most of the first season and into the second, the show is primarily interested in the immediate world of Beach City and the monsters in the Burning Room. The Burning Room is where the crystal gems keep their bubble gems. It's the name for the space inside their temple where thousands of small bubbles float suspended in the air, each one containing a corrupted gem. A corrupted gem is a gem whose mind has been shattered, whose consciousness has fragmented into something feral and instinctive, something that can no longer hold language or memory or self. Physically, they often look like monsters, enormous and strange and difficult to understand. The crystal gems fight them when they encounter them outside and then, rather than shattering them permanently, contain them in the bubbles and store them. On a first watch, the Burning Room is a slightly eerie but ultimately functional element of the show's world. On a rewatch, once you understand what happened at the end of the Gem War, the Burning Room is devastating. We'll get there. For now, it's just important to note that it exists, that it's full, and that the show eventually wants you to understand what's in it. But let's stay with the broader world for a moment, because there are things about the gem caste system that the show builds gradually and that are worth understanding before everything else. The kindergartens. Gems are made in kindergartens, which is a term that sounds gentle and educational and is neither of those things. A kindergarten is a planetary surface that has been selected as a production site. Injectors are driven into the rock. The planet's organic resources are consumed, nutrients, minerals, whatever the planet has that can feed the growth of a gem consciousness. And when the gem emerges, fully formed, it leaves behind a human-shaped hole in the rock, a negative space where it used to be, and the land around that hole is dead. Nothing grows there. The resources that would have fed life on that planet are gone, and the gem that consumed them goes off to serve the Empire, and the planet keeps dying. Earth was meant to be a kindergarten. The prime kindergarten, which is in what's now a canyon in the American Southwest, is where amethyst and hundreds of other quartzes were made. You can see the holes in the cliff faces in the episode On the Run, row after row of human-shaped cavities in the rock, each one where a gem came from. It looks almost peaceful, like a honeycomb. And the land around it is, still, thousands of years later, completely dead. Nothing has grown back. The rock just sits there, marked. This is what colonization means in the Gem Empire. It's not settlement, it's extraction. The planet is used up and left. Every planet in the Gem Empire's history of expansion is, at some point, A dead rock with a lot of gem-shaped holes in it. Earth was supposed to be next. That's the context for the Gem War. That's what Rose Quartz, and we'll spend a great deal of time on Rose Quartz in the next section because her story is far more complicated than it appears, was fighting to prevent. Not just the gems, the planet, all organic life on it. All of which would have been consumed to make a new generation of soldiers and technicians for the Diamond Authority. And then there's what the hierarchy does to the gems themselves. This is the part that gets more uncomfortable the more you think about it, because the gem caste system isn't just a class structure, it's an identity assignment. You don't grow up and decide what to do with your life. You emerge from the rock already knowing, already being. A peridot emerges already oriented toward technology and engineering and already somewhat impatient with inefficiency. A sapphire emerges already capable of precognition, already aristocratic in bearing, already disposed toward a certain kind of composed certainty. These aren't learned behaviors or developed personalities. They are, as far as Homeworld is concerned, fixed properties of the gem type, like a mineral having a specific hardness. It just is what it is. The deviation from this, a gem who doesn't fit their type, who develops interests or relationships or ways of being that fall outside their function, is called being off color. And being off color, on Homeworld, is a serious problem. Gems who are off color are considered defective. They can be shattered, or they can hide. The off-color gems that Steven encounters in the latter part of the original series, a small group living in an abandoned kindergarten deep in Homeworld to avoid being discovered, are the show's most explicit portrait of what the caste system does to the people it doesn't have room for. There's rhodonite, a fusion of a ruby and a pearl whose components fell in love. There's fluorite, a fusion of 6 gems who committed to each other across gem types. There are the Rudel twins, who emerged from one whole as 2, a genuine manufacturing irregularity that Homeworld considers a defect, though from any sane perspective they're just people. And there's Padparacha, a sapphire who can only predict things that have already happened, which makes her useless as a seer in Homeworld's terms, and which in practice means she's constantly slightly behind in her understanding of reality in a way that the other off-colors find charming rather than defective. These gems have been living in hiding for their entire existence, not because they did anything wrong, but because they exist in ways the system cannot categorize. They know they might be shattered if discovered. So they stay underground, literally, and try to be as small as possible. Lars, a human character from Beach City, ends up stranded with them for a period, which is a whole subplot. What matters is that Lars, who spent most of the early series performing a kind of forced coolness to disguise his own insecurities, finds something he recognizes in the off-colors. People who don't fit, people who've been told the categories they inhabit are wrong, people who nevertheless keep existing. Shattering, by the way, is worth pausing on as a concept because the show is quite deliberate about what it means. When a gem is shattered, their gemstone, Workshudo, which is the actual seat of their consciousness, the thing that contains everything they are, is broken into pieces. Those pieces retain fragments of awareness. There's an episode called Keeping It Together in Season 2, where Steven discovers a cluster of shattered gem shards that have been forced to fuse together, and each shard is still, somehow, partly conscious. They reach toward each other and reach away from each other simultaneously, because they contain contradictory fragments of minds that have no business being merged. Garnet, who discovers this with Steven, is visibly shaken in a way she almost never is. This particular horror, the forced fusion of shattered remnants, was something the Diamonds did with the fragments of crystal gems who were destroyed in the war, as a kind of experiment, or a punishment, or both. The show presents this without a lot of dramatic emphasis. Garnet and Steven find it, Garnet reacts, they bubble the cluster, they leave. There is no villain monologue about how terrible it is. It's just there, in the ground, and now you know it's there. That's something Steven Universe does throughout its run that I think is one of its defining features. As a piece of storytelling, it presents the implications of its world and then trusts you to do the work of understanding what they mean. There is no one standing in the foreground saying, and as you can see, this society is built on systemic violence. The evidence is just present. You either notice it or you don't. And when you rewatch, you notice more. There's also the matter of fusion, which the show introduces early but gradually reveals as one of the most politically loaded things in the gem world. Fusion, when two or more gems synchronize emotionally and physically to become a new, larger, more powerful gem, is the show's central metaphor for connection. When it's healthy, fusion is presented as beautiful. Two people who understand each other deeply enough to become something greater than either of them alone. Garnet is the show's most constant example of this, and we'll get to her proper story later. When fusion is unhealthy, when it happens for the wrong reasons, or between gems who don't trust each other, or worse, under coercion, it looks and feels completely different, and the show is precise about that distinction. But on Homeworld, the rules around fusion are specific and stratified. Gems of the same type can fuse. It's an accepted combat strategy, a way of making a weaker gem temporarily more powerful. A group of rubies can fuse into one larger ruby in a fight. That's permitted. It's understood. But gems of different types are not supposed to fuse. The reasons are never stated directly by anyone in authority on Homeworld, because no one in authority on Homeworld needs to justify their rules. The rules exist. You follow them or you don't. But the implication is pretty clear once you see what a cross-gem fusion actually does. It erases the hierarchy. If a ruby and a sapphire can fuse, can be equals in that fused form, can create something that's more than either of them, then the rigid ranks of the caste system are exposed as arbitrary. The gem you were made to be is not the only thing you can be. That's too dangerous a precedent to allow. So the off-color fusions, rhodonite, fluorite, the others, are living contraband. Their existence is a statement whether they mean it to be or not. And garnet, who has been a permanent fusion of ruby and sapphire for 5,000 years, and counting, is one of the crystal gem's most fundamental acts of defiance even before she lifts a fist. Yellow Diamond, when we see more of her over the course of the series, turns out to be doing something specific that takes a while to understand. She's not just authoritarian, she's grieving. Blue Diamond and Yellow Diamond are both still grieving. Pink Diamond thousands of years after Pink's supposed shattering. And what the show shows you is what grief looks like when it's been turned inward and weaponized into work ethic. Yellow Diamond processes her loss by doing. More colonies, more gems, more production. Faster, more efficient, no sentiment, no room for anything that doesn't serve a purpose. When she and Blue Diamond are alone in a song called What's the Use of Feeling Blue, that is one of the stranger and more interesting musical moments in the show. Yellow Diamond essentially argues that grief itself is a waste of resources. That feeling is a flaw, that the appropriate response to loss is to erase anything that reminds you of what you've lost and keep building. Blue Diamond cries. She mourns for Pink for thousands of years, and her power broadcasts that grief outward onto everyone around her. She maintains Pink Diamond's human zoo. She collects things from Earth. Where yellow converts pain into productivity, blue is simply flooded. Neither of them is particularly functional in the end. They've just found different ways to be broken. And that detail, the diamonds, these absolute rulers, being privately undone by a grief they've never properly processed, is something that becomes important later. But for now, it's just interesting to note that the Empire is, at its top, run by people who are themselves trapped in their own emotional constraints. The system demands suppression. The diamonds model suppression. Everyone below them learns to suppress, and the whole thing keeps going, generation after generation of gems, none of them equipped to examine what it cost them. The diamonds themselves in the first several seasons are presented almost entirely through their effects, we hear about them, we see what they've done, we see what their presence means to gems who came from homeworld, the way gems flinch at a diamond's name, or immediately suppress themselves in their presence, or have clearly been doing that suppression so long they don't even notice the flinch anymore. Yellow Diamond shows up in a video screen early in the show and is imposing and crisp and dismissive, and that encounter alone tells you most of what you need to know about how the authority functions. Not cruelty for its own sake, just a total absence of interest in anything below a certain level of the hierarchy. Blue Diamond, who appears later, is different in effect, sad rather than brisk, prone to a kind of melancholy that affects everyone around her through her powers. Her power is to broadcast her emotional state onto others, which means that being in Blue Diamond's presence when she's grieving means experiencing that grief whether you want to or not. There's something darkly interesting about a ruler whose power is to make everyone around her feel what she feels. Not to understand her, just to feel it. And then there's White Diamond. But White Diamond is a conversation for later, when we've built up enough context to understand what she represents. For now, the key thing to hold on to is this: the Gem Empire is an extraction machine. It consumes planets, produces soldiers and technicians, maintains a rigid hierarchy that determines the worth and function of every being born into it, and has been doing this for a very, very long time. The Earth is one of many planets this has happened to. The crystal gems on Earth are the survivors of a war against that machine, and some of them bear the marks of it in ways that only become fully visible once you know the whole history. Something else worth noting, quietly, is that the show never makes this world building feel like a lecture. It comes out in fragments, over seasons, assembled through offhand comments and background details, and things characters say that you have to hold in memory until another piece arrives to explain what they meant. You learn that Amethyst came from the kindergarten before you fully understand what a kindergarten is. You see the holes in the cliff face before anyone explains what they mean. You hear Garnet describe a battle during the war as a maelstrom of destruction and death years before you understand exactly what that war was fought over. The show is not withholding information to be difficult. It's building something. And the patience it asks of you is rewarded proportionally. The more you put together, the more the whole picture coheres, and the more you realize that everything you were watching in the early seasons was resting on this. Which brings us to the history. Specifically, to the history of the diamond who was supposed to colonize Earth and who did something no diamond had ever done before, and whose name was, eventually, Rose Quartz. For most of Steven Universe's first 2 seasons, Pink Diamond is a ghost. She's referenced. People talk about her. We know she existed. We know that Rose Quartz, the legend, the hero of the Crystal Gem Rebellion, Steven's mother, apparently shattered her, and that this act of violence was what ended the war. At least in terms of the diamonds, deciding Earth wasn't worth continuing to fight over. We know that Yellow Diamond is cold and businesslike and efficient in her approach to everything, and yet manages to hold a sustained furious grief about Pink Diamond specifically that doesn't fully fit that profile. We know that Blue Diamond, who is the one most visibly brokenhearted, has kept Pink Diamond's human zoo operational for thousands of years as a sort of memorial. Pink Diamond is, in other words, the wound at the center of the show before we know that. She's the event that everything else is orbiting without naming it directly. And then, over the course of the show's later seasons, through fragments and dreams and memories and one episode that functioned essentially as a full reveal, you find out what actually happened. And it recontextualizes everything. Rose Quartz was Pink Diamond. She didn't shatter Pink Diamond. She was Pink Diamond. She'd been Pink Diamond the whole time. The shattering was staged, performed by Pearl at Pink's direction, using crushed hibiscus petals to mimic the appearance of shattered gem fragments. Pink Diamond faked her own death, became Rose Quartz permanently, and let the history record her as a rebel soldier who killed her diamond rather than a diamond who staged her own disappearance because she couldn't get what she wanted any other way. That's the reveal. And it's a good reveal. Dramatically satisfying, genuinely surprising on first watch, seated carefully enough that in retrospect you can see the clues. But what makes it interesting beyond the mechanics of the twist is what it tells you about who Pink Diamond actually was, and why she did what she did, and what it cost. Let's start at the beginning. Pink Diamond was the youngest and smallest of the Diamond Authority, and from everything we see in the show, she was treated accordingly. The other diamonds, white, yellow, blue, were older, established, each running extensive colonies. Pink was given Earth as her first colony, partly as a sign that she was being taken seriously, partly, perhaps, to give her something to occupy herself with. She was, before this, living on Homeworld with no real purpose, playing in a garden she'd been given, surrounded by gems who were assigned to her rather than ones she'd chosen. Her relationship with the other diamonds, as far as we can reconstruct it, was the relationship of a child in a family of adults. Not a particularly gentle one. White Diamond in particular seemed to operate on the assumption that Pink's feelings and opinions were, at best, a phase to be managed and at worst, a problem to be solved. There's a dream sequence, Stevani's dream in Jungle Moon, where Pink's memories surface, where you see young Pink Diamond throwing a tantrum at Yellow Diamond, demanding armies and a colony and to be treated as an equal, and Yellow's response is something between mild impatience and genuine disinterest. The tantrum reads as a child who has learned that extreme emotional displays are the only way to get noticed. Pink Diamond had previously had a pearl of her own, her first pearl, who was there from the beginning. During one of Pink's tantrums, she accidentally injured that pearl, hit her near the eye. Not intentionally, but it happened. And the injury wasn't physical in the ordinary sense, it was psychological, and it manifested physically, and it couldn't be healed. What Pink Diamond could do in an emotional explosion was powerful enough to damage another gem in a way that thousands of years and Steven's healing tears couldn't undo. White Diamond, seeing this, took Pink Pearl away, gave her a new purpose, White Diamond's attendant, and gave Pink Diamond a replacement pearl. Pink never forgot that. She saw it as a consequence and a punishment. She learned after that to suppress her emotional outbursts more carefully. She learned to keep things inside rather than let them out in ways that could hurt people. This is a detail that becomes extremely important much later, and I'll come back to it. By the time Pink Diamond is given Earth as a colony, she's already a character shaped by suppression. She's already someone who has learned that the things she wants and the things the authority above her will allow are in constant tension. And then she goes to Earth. Pearl, her second pearl, the one from the original series, had the idea first. She suggested that Pink Diamond could go down to the kindergartens in disguise, in a different form to see the colony she was running without the ceremony of being a diamond. Pink shapeshifted into a Rose Quartz, one of the gem types being produced in her colony, and walked into the primary kindergarten incognito. She met the amethysts who were just emerging. She saw what she was building. And then Pearl took her out into the wider earth, and she saw the organic life. This is the hinge of the whole thing, really. Pink Diamond hadn't known, had genuinely not known, in the way that someone who was never taught something doesn't know it, that colonization killed planets. That the process of making gems was fundamentally the process of consuming everything a living world had. She'd seen diagrams. She'd been in rooms where the plans were discussed. But she hadn't understood, not really, what it meant, until she was standing in a meadow on Earth watching organisms move and grow and exist in ways that were going to cease to exist when her colony was complete. She went back to the other diamonds and asked them to stop. They said no. She went back again and asked more carefully, more diplomatically. They said no. She tried a third approach, arguing that Earth's organic life made the planet not worth colonizing, that it was too complicated, that the rebellion that was starting to organize was too much trouble. This approach was Pearl's idea. They said no, and told her to keep going. And so eventually, Pink Diamond became Rose Quartz for real. Not just in disguise for an afternoon, but as a full persona, with a fabricated backstory. Rose Quartz was an ordinary soldier who had noticed that colonization killed planets and had confronted Pink Diamond about it, been laughed at, and defected to start a rebellion, a cause, and an increasingly real and serious commitment to actually stopping the colonization. She incited other gems to rebel. She led battles. She lived on Earth in this form for the better part of thousands of years, and only Pearl knew the truth. The fabricated story about Rose Quartz is worth dwelling on. In it, Pink Diamond is the villain. She laughs at Rose's concerns. She's callous and dismissive. She represents everything wrong with the Empire. And Rose, this ordinary quartz soldier who just wanted to protect life, becomes the hero, the rebel, the martyr for organic life. Pink Diamond wrote herself as the villain in her own story because making herself the villain was the only way the story made sense, the only way to give the rebellion a shape and a purpose that could rally other gems to it. It worked. Gems defected, the crystal gems fought. The war lasted thousands of years, and at the end of it, when Pink Diamond concluded that the only way to finally end the war was to make Homeworld think the cause was finished, to make the shattering of Pink Diamond final and unquestionable, Pearl performed the illusion one more time, and Pink became Rose for good. Almost for good. But before we get to the consequences, there are two other things Pink Diamond did that need to be talked about, because they're darker than the main story and they don't have clean endings. The first is Spinel. Spinel was created for Pink Diamond as a companion, a playmate, someone to keep her company in the garden while the other diamonds were busy being important. Spinel was designed to be perfectly attuned to Pink's emotional state, to be whatever Pink needed her to be, to make Pink feel less alone. She was earnest and physically elastic and devoted in the slightly overwhelming way of someone who doesn't really have a self outside of the person they're devoted to. They played together in the garden for a very long time, and then Pink Diamond got Earth and she didn't want to bring Spinel to the colony with her. Spinel was, by that point, a reminder of the childhood she was trying to leave behind, the part of her that was still playing games instead of being taken seriously as a ruler. She found Spinel embarrassing, in the way that people sometimes find old friends embarrassing when they're trying to present as more mature than they were. So she told Spinel they were going to play a new game. A game where Spinel had to stand perfectly still in the garden and wait for Pink to come back. Spinel was delighted. She loved games. She loved Pink. She'd wait, however long was needed. She stood there, waiting. And Pink Diamond left and became Rose Quartz and lived a whole long life on Earth and never came back. Spinel stood in that garden for 6,000 years. She wasn't sleeping. She wasn't in stasis. She was conscious, immobile, waiting. For 6,000 years. By the time she receives the message, Steven's transmission to Homeworld announcing that Pink Diamond had given up her form to have a child and was effectively gone, Spinel has been standing in the same position for longer than human civilization has existed, and she has just learned that the person she was waiting for is dead, that there's a new person in her place, and that her new person has friends and a family and a life, none of which includes her. The movie doesn't excuse what Spinel does with that information. She goes to Earth to destroy Steven's life and then the planet, wielding an enormous injector that poisons the landscape and carrying a weapon that can wipe a gem's powers and memory. She's furious, and she's broken, and she is genuinely the scariest thing the show has produced at the point the movie arrives. But 6,000 years standing still, in a garden waiting, and no one, not one diamond, not one gem on all of Homeworld, came to find her or tell her what happened or give her the chance to not do that. They all knew she was in the garden. Yellow Diamond reportedly destroyed a great many reminders of Pink after the supposed shattering, and yet the garden stood. Spinel stood. No one helped her, and no one stopped her from standing there, and she stood. I find this one of the most quietly awful things in the show. Not because of what Spinel does with her anger, though that's terrible, but because the grief that drives it is completely understandable, and because no one ever chose to do anything about it. The second dark thread from Pink Diamond's history is Pink Pearl, the original Pearl, the one whose eye was damaged. In Steven Universe Future, Steven meets her. She's become White Diamond's attendant. Her eye is still cracked, still visibly damaged after thousands of years, and the damage is psychological. It came from the emotional explosion during Pink Diamond's tantrum, and healing that kind of damage requires the person to process the experience rather than just have their physical form repaired. What Pink Pearl did with that damage over thousands of years was normalize it. She found reasons for it that weren't "my diamond hurt me." She told herself she was standing too close, that it was her fault for being in the way, that Pink Diamond didn't mean it, that the explosions were just Pink being Pink. Steven, when he meets her, tries to use his healing tears on the cracked eye. They don't work, because the wound isn't in the crystal. And in the process of trying to understand why, Steven's own emotional instability, which is itself rooted in inherited Pink Diamond patterns, erupts in a way that startles everyone, including Steven. There's a moment where he shouts at Pink Pearl to stop talking about it, in a voice that sounds almost exactly like Pink Diamond's recorded tantrums. He doesn't mean to. He doesn't want to. He is doing the thing he inherited without knowing he was going to do it. That's the through line of the Pink Diamond story, really. And it's the thing that gets darker on every rewatch. Pink Diamond made choices she thought were best, or necessary, or the only options available to her. Some of those choices were genuinely brave. Some of them were not thought through, or were selfish, or were made without considering who else would carry the weight. And the show doesn't let those two things cancel each other out. The bravery was real. The damage was also real. Both are still here, 5,000 years later, in the cracked eye and the 6,000-year garden and the PTSD written into Steven's bones. Rose Quartz saved the Earth, and she left a lot of people to sort out the mess she made along the way. The thing about Rose Quartz, the character, is that she's constructed to be impossible to get clear of. She's gone before the show starts, gave up her physical form to give birth to Steven, her gemstone becoming part of him. She's present in Steven throughout, in his powers and his shape and his potential, and also in his capacity for the same kind of suppression and the same kind of loving recklessness that defined her long life. Every time something goes wrong in the show that can be traced back to a choice Rose made, it's easy to be angry at her. And every time you understand a bit more about where she came from and what she was working with, the anger gets complicated. The show doesn't resolve this tension because it's not a tension that has a resolution. Some things can be understood and still not forgiven. Some damage is real regardless of whether the person who caused it understood they were causing it. Rose Quartz loved deeply and broadly and in ways that changed the world, and she also caused harm that outlasted her by thousands of years. Both are true. The show holds them in the same hand and doesn't drop either. That's, now that I think about it, a bit like loving someone. There's something else worth spending time on in this section, which is the experience of the crystal gems who fought in the war without knowing who they were fighting alongside. Garnet, Amethyst, Pearl, they each knew Rose Quartz as the leader of the rebellion, as the one who convinced them it was possible to be something other than what they were made to be, as the person who, in various ways, showed each of them a version of themselves that felt more real than the version Homeworld had assigned. They loved her, not in all the same ways, and not without their own complicated experiences, but genuinely. She was, for each of them, the person who made it possible to exist as they existed. And she was also hiding the most fundamental fact about herself from every single one of them. Not just her identity. That's enormous on its own. The person you follow as the symbol of the rebellion against the Diamond Authority is, herself, a member of the Diamond Authority. But beyond even that, the choices Rose made as both Pink Diamond and Rose Quartz had direct, lasting consequences for the people around her, and she managed those consequences by controlling what they knew. When the rebellion started to fracture over what kind of war they were willing to fight, specifically over how far they were willing to go to win it, Rose dealt with that by quietly removing the problem rather than engaging with it honestly. We'll talk about bismuth in a later section. But the point is, the people who loved Rose Quartz most were, in many ways, the most thoroughly managed by her. Pearl knew the truth. Pearl kept the secret for thousands of years, at Rose's direction, including after Rose was gone, including when not knowing was causing Stephen direct harm. The weight of that, carrying the knowledge that everything everyone around you believes about the person you loved is built on a constructed story, and choosing every day to maintain that construction because it was what she asked of you, is something Pearl doesn't fully reckon with until the show forces the reckoning in season 5. And when the secret finally comes out, when Stephen finds out who his mother actually was, the reaction is interesting precisely because it isn't simple. There's relief in some ways. Rose Quartz didn't shatter Pink Diamond, and Stephen had been carrying a complicated grief about being born from someone who'd committed what amounted to murder. But there's also a new complication, because if she was Pink Diamond, then what does that mean about the war she started, and the gems who were corrupted at the end of it, and the choices she made that nobody got a vote on? The corruption. Right. I should explain that now because it's central to understanding what the gem war actually cost. When Pink Diamond's apparent shattering reached the other diamonds, they reacted the way you would expect grieving people with unlimited power to react. Yellow Diamond and Blue Diamond, in fury and devastation, released what the show calls the corrupting light, a wave of diamond-level power that swept across the earth and hit every gem on the planet who wasn't protected by Rose's shield, which was, by that point, most of them. Rose could only protect the few she was standing with: Pearl, Garnet, and herself. Everyone else, crystal gems who'd been fighting for thousands of years, homeworld gems who were just there, gems who'd had nothing to do with the war, was hit. Corruption didn't kill them. It shattered their minds. It tore the cognitive and emotional architecture of each affected gem into something that could no longer hold coherent consciousness. They retained their physical form, their gem-given powers, their instincts. But language, memory, self, gone. They became animals, the kind of feral, enormous, terrifying creatures that Stephen fights in the early episodes. 5,000 years of that. And the reason this becomes specifically complicated in the context of Pink Diamond's story is this: the corrupting light was a response to her death. Her death was a fake. The other diamonds didn't know it was fake. So they released something that damaged thousands of minds, in grief over a loss that hadn't actually happened, caused by the person who let them believe it had happened. That's a long chain of causation, and everyone in it has some claim to the weight of it. But it starts with Pink Diamond's plan. She wanted to escape. She found the exit she needed, and the exit had consequences that she couldn't fully undo, and tried to undo what she could, and died, or transformed, really, before she managed the rest. The bubbled, corrupted gems in the temple, the ones that fill the burning room, those are not, on a first watch, anything other than a narrative detail. But once you have the full picture, they are thousands of mind-broken people who were caught in the fallout of someone else's exit strategy. They're real people. They had names and personalities and histories, and they've been in bubbles in a cave for 5,000 years because the healing that would restore them requires all 4 diamonds to cooperate. And for 4,900 and some years, 3 of those diamonds thought Pink was dead and had no reason to consider the possibility of healing the damage they'd done. Rose Quartz saved the Earth. She couldn't save everyone on it. Lapis Lazuli arrives in the show as a mirror. That's not a metaphor, or not only a metaphor. She literally appears in the show as a hand mirror that Pearl has been storing in her gemstone. Pearl gives it to Stephen as a teaching tool, a way for him to learn about gem history because the mirror can reflect images of events it was present for. Stephen discovers that the mirror seems to understand him. It reflects his words back at him in funny ways. It answers questions. It appears to have a sense of humor. He spends an afternoon befriending what he thinks is an enchanted object. And when the crystal gems figure out the mirror is responding to Stephen with apparent sentience, Garnet reaches for it to destroy it. She calls it a thing, a tool. The mirror starts screaming. Stephen grabs it and refuses to let Garnet smash it. And when he pulls the cracked gem from the back of the mirror, a person reforms, lapis lazuli. Tall and thin, with water wings that extend from her gem on her back, with the particular exhausted quality of someone who has been through something they haven't had the language to explain for a very long time. She was in that mirror for thousands of years, not sleeping, not in any kind of dormant state, aware, unable to speak, watching. She'd been placed in the mirror as a prisoner of war. Except she wasn't actually a prisoner of war in any meaningful sense, because she wasn't part of the war. She was a homeworld gem who happened to be passing through Earth when the gem war was in full swing, and she got poofed in the crossfire, and a homeworld soldier recovering her gem assumed she must be a crystal gem, because why else would a gem be poofed in this battle? And imprisoned her in the mirror to be interrogated. She couldn't answer the questions they asked because she didn't know the answers. She wasn't a rebel. She didn't know anything about crystal gem operations. And then Homeworld lost the war and retreated from Earth in a hurry. And someone stepped on the mirror and cracked her gem in the chaos. And they left her there at the Galaxy Warp. And Pearl found her years later and stored her. For thousands of years, Pearl stored a conscious, aware, imprisoned gem in her own gemstone. The show doesn't dwell on this. It's stated once when Stephen asks how long Lapis was in the mirror, and the answer is since the war ended, 5,000 years. And then the scene moves on, because the scene has other things to do. There isn't a reaction shot. There isn't weight added to it. It's just information offered and absorbed and moved past. There's a moment in the episode Mirror Gem when Garnet tries to grab the mirror from Stephen and the mirror screams. That is one of the more disturbing moments in the first season precisely because of how much context you have on a rewatch. On a first watch, you know the mirror is conscious and you feel how wrong it is that Garnet is about to destroy it. On a rewatch, you also know that Pearl, warm, devoted Pearl, who is in many ways the emotional heart of the crystal gems, has been carrying this person around in her gemstone, presumably knowing she was there, for all of this time. It's just a tool, Garnet says. Pearl doesn't argue. And Pearl had the mirror. I'm not saying Pearl is a villain in this scene. I'm saying the show plants information like this and trusts you to notice it, and the noticing is uncomfortable. Lapis, once freed, is a complicated figure. She is grateful to Stephen, specifically to Stephen, who was the one who pushed to free her, who talked to her through the mirror when everyone else saw an object. But she's furious at the crystal gems, who she experienced as the reason she ended up in that mirror in the first place. They were the rebels. The war was about them, and it was their conflict that got her caught. She wants nothing to do with them. She wants to go home. She wants to go back to Homeworld, to the place she came from, which is the place that imprisoned her, and also the only reference point she has for home. She doesn't go back cleanly. She gets captured again, almost immediately, and ends up a prisoner on a Homeworld ship. And then a Homeworld gem named Jasper, who was sent to assess and capture the crystal gems, offers Lapis a deal. Fuse with her. Combine their strength to defeat the crystal gems, and Lapis can go wherever she wants afterward. Lapis accepts. And then, once she and Jasper have fused into malachite, Lapis uses her own control of the fusion to drag them both to the bottom of the ocean and hold them there. I'm done being everyone's prisoner. Now you're my prisoner, and I'm never letting you go. This is one of the most fascinating things the show does with one of its most fascinating characters. Lapis, at this point in her arc, cannot tolerate being controlled anymore. She's been controlled and contained and moved around and used as a tool for thousands of years. And when the opportunity presents itself to be the one in control, even if the method is deeply destructive, even if it traps her along with the person she's trapping, she takes it. Not because she wants to hurt Jasper, because she needs to be the one holding the bars. For once. rather than the one behind them. Malachite is a fusion held together by a dynamic that is explicitly unhealthy. Lapis's strength keeps it together. Jasper keeps trying to break free. There's a sequence where Stephen visits Lapis's mind inside the fusion, and she's there. And she's managing, but just barely. She's holding Jasper down through sheer will. And the will is rooted in something closer to spite than anything else. She says, I'm not helping them. I'm not on anyone's side. She's the only one in control of anything, for once. She's not giving that up. What the show doesn't dwell on, but what you feel once you're paying attention, is how long this lasts. Malachite is down there for the better part of a whole season of the show, which in the show's timeline represents several months at minimum. Months at the bottom of the ocean, holding a fusion together through force of will alone. The psychological cost of that is something the show never really quantifies. Lapis doesn't talk about it much afterward. It's one of the things she seems to have sealed off. When the fusion is eventually broken in a fight, early in season 3, Lapis is left having to reckon with the fact that she's on Earth and doesn't want to be on Earth, and also doesn't have anywhere else to go. She starts living at a barn with Peridot, who at this point has reluctantly joined the Crystal Gems after her own arc of forced cooperation turning into actual investment. And what happens between Lapis and Peridot at that barn is one of the gentlest parts of the show. A slow, slightly awkward friendship between two people who both feel displaced, who both have histories that have made ordinary connection difficult, who are both trying to figure out what it means to exist in a place without a prescribed role. Lapis learns to make art, not because she was assigned to, not because it serves a function, because she wanted to. She makes little models of Earth out of the dirt and rock around the barn, tiny reproductions of the life she's surrounded by, because she's finally in a place where she has enough safety to find things interesting. She and Peridot watch terrible soap operas. They develop opinions about terrible soap operas. They argue about whose fictional preferences are better. It's quietly lovely. And it's quiet in a way that only lands properly if you know what came before it. And then the threat of another war arrives, and Lapis takes the barn and flies away. She takes the barn. She just picks it up and goes to the moon, because she has that kind of power when it comes to water, and the barn is partly filled with a large amount of accumulated liquid, and leaves Peridot behind, alone, with no real goodbye. She can't do it again. She can't be in a war again. She has no more capacity to absorb the kind of threat that a war represents, and her response to having no capacity is to leave as fast and as completely as possible. This is a specific kind of trauma response that the show depicts without framing it as wrong, exactly, more as understandable and also destructive of other things. Lapis isn't a villain for leaving. She's someone who has been so thoroughly damaged by long-term imprisonment and violence that the first credible threat of its recurrence triggers total flight. That's real. That's documented. That's what prolonged captivity and subsequent re-exposure to threatening environments can do. But Peridot was left alone. That's also real. Later, much later, Lapis comes back. She drops a barn on Blue Diamond in what is possibly the show's most cathartic scene to that point, and officially joins the Crystal Gems in the final battle. In future, she's living with Peridot and Bismuth, making things, growing, moving slowly towards something that looks more like a life. She's still clearly marked by everything that happened. There's a moment in future where she encounters two other Lapis Lazuli gems who are terraforming a planet against the wishes of its inhabitants, doing exactly what Homeworld did to Earth in miniature, and she tells them to stop, and they mock her for it, and she gets genuinely furious, because she knows exactly where terraforming leads, and she knows exactly what it looks like to be on the planet being terraformed, and she doesn't have the language to explain all of that, so it comes out as anger. She says to Stephen afterward that those other Lapises remind her of herself, that giving in to the anger was weakness, not strength. And Stephen tells her she should give herself more credit for how far she's come. He's right. She has come enormously far. But the anger she's describing, the flash of pure particular fury that comes from being reminded of things you haven't finished recovering from, that doesn't go away just because you're making progress. It lives alongside the progress. You can be healing and still be hurt, both things at once. The show knows this. Steven Universe is quite specifically not a show about recovery being complete, about healing having a clean endpoint, about people who have been through terrible things emerging as finished products of their experience. It is about the long, non-linear, interrupted, real process of people trying to be better than what happened to them. Lapis is maybe the clearest embodiment of that process across the whole run. And the reason her story lands so hard on a rewatch is that you see the damage and the recovery and the remaining raw edges all at the same time, and none of it contradicts any of the rest of it. She was a tool. She was a prisoner. She was the one doing the imprisoning. She was someone trying to live. She was scared enough to run. She came back. That's a complicated portrait of a person, and it's in a cartoon about alien rock women that started with an episode about a car wash. Now, there's another character in Lapis's story who deserves attention, and that's Jasper. Specifically, what happens to Jasper after Malachite is broken up. Jasper is, in a lot of ways, the show's most straightforward depiction of what happens to someone who has only ever understood themselves in terms of power, in terms of dominance and combat effectiveness, and who then encounters a world that requires something other than that. She's a perfect quartz, the quartz from the prime kindergarten that everything else was measured against, the one who came out right when Amethyst came out wrong. She's enormous and confident and genuinely impressive in a fight, and her relationship to almost everything is filtered through the question of who's winning. After Malachite is defeated, Jasper is left with something she hasn't experienced before. She was bested. Not just in a fight. She was held under the ocean by a fusion she thought she controlled for months by a gem who she dismissed as weak. And she can't locate a way to process that. She can't categorize it. It doesn't fit the framework she has for understanding herself. What happens next is one of the more uncomfortable arcs in the show. Jasper starts seeking out corrupted gems and forcing them to fuse with her, each time trying to recapture something through combat and domination that she can no longer find in those things. She seeks out Lapis and asks her to fuse again, says she's changed, says Malachite was beautiful, says she's never felt anything like it. Lapis refuses. She recognizes exactly what's happening. What we had wasn't healthy, she says. Something like that. She recognizes that Jasper's offer is the offer of someone who has confused pain with connection, who has confused being dominated with being known. And she doesn't refuse. This is, again, the show presenting a dynamic without labeling it, trusting you to recognize what's in front of you. Jasper is describing what Malachite was: months of involuntary imprisonment, a power struggle played out through fusion, as something she wants to recreate. She's framing it as something profound, as something she needs. Lapis sees it clearly and says no. Eventually, Jasper chooses to fuse with a corrupted gem. Not an act of connection, but an act of absorption, an attempt to access power through something she's doing entirely alone. And she becomes corrupted herself. The corruption that took thousands of gems at the end of the war, that the crystal gems have been fighting against and managing ever since, takes Jasper. And the show frames it as, in some way, a consequence of her own choices. She pursued corruption because she couldn't find another way to be strong. She ended up becoming what she was fighting. This is healed, eventually, in the finale. But Jasper's path to corruption is one of the show's quietest tragedies, because it doesn't happen through anyone's cruelty or anyone's strategy. It happens because a person only ever knew one way to exist, and that way stopped working, and she had no other way to be. And watching Amethyst watch Jasper's corruption, Amethyst, who measured herself against Jasper for so long, who understood Jasper as the version of herself that should have existed, is one of those rewatch moments that changes completely once you have all the context. Amethyst's expression when Jasper corrupts in Earthlings is something the show holds for a second longer than it needs to, and it holds everything. Talking a bit more about what the ocean section means for Lapis specifically, there's a detail that gets glossed over in the main narrative but that I think is worth pausing on. Lapis drained the Earth's oceans to build herself a space elevator home in Ocean Gem, one of her first significant acts after being freed, an enormous use of her hydrokinesis that the show frames as both impressive and alarming. The oceans were gone. Beach City was in crisis. The crystal gems had to go after her to stop it. And later, when she's Malachite at the bottom of those same oceans, she's holding someone down with the water that she moved to try to leave. There's a circularity to it that the show doesn't explicitly acknowledge, but that sits there. She tried to leave using the ocean. She ended up trapped in the ocean. Eventually, she'll make water wings and fly away from the ocean, and come back, and stand on the beach like she belongs there. The ocean is everywhere in Lapis's story. I don't know if that was entirely intentional, but it feels like it was. One more thing worth noting about Lapis, which is the specific nature of her power. She controls water. All of it. Wherever it is. She drained the Earth's oceans once. She built a space elevator out of them. She holds a form at the bottom of a body of water through the force of her own will. For someone who spent thousands of years unable to act, unable to speak, completely incapable of affecting anything around her, the scale of what she can do when she has her agency back is staggering. The mirror couldn't contain who she is. It could only hold her until she got the chance to remember. There's something about that which I find genuinely moving. Not in a way I want to make too grand, but the image of someone who was stored in a hand mirror for millennia, standing at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, holding herself together, the whole ocean bending to her. It's the show's way of saying she was never small. She was just being kept small. And the difference between those two things is everything. There are, in the early seasons of Steven Universe, a great many monsters. This is just a fact about the show. Something with teeth and too many limbs appears. Steven and the crystal gems fight it. They poof it, destroying its physical form but leaving the gemstone intact, and then they bubble it, which means Steven or one of the gems creates a floating translucent sphere around the gemstone to contain it, and the bubble goes up to a shelf in the burning room inside the crystal temple. The show cycles through this procedure often enough that it becomes a kind of structural rhythm in the early going. Monster episode, bubble. Next episode. The burning room is mentioned occasionally and shown a few times, and what you see when you see it is a cavernous dark space filled with hundreds and hundreds of glowing bubbles, each one containing a gemstone, each one floating in the dim. It's arresting visually. There's something about the scale of it that reads as vaguely unsettling even before you understand what's in it. All those bubbles, all that waiting. There's an episode called Keeping It Together in Season 2 that is the first time the show properly unsettles you about all of this. Steven and Garnet are exploring an old kindergarten site, and they find something the Diamonds apparently did with the shattered gem fragments from the war. They forced them to fuse. Shattered fragments of different gems, remnants of minds and consciousnesses that have no coherent self left, compelled into combination. The resulting things are several gems worth of shards trying to be one body and being incompatible at every level, reaching toward each other and away from each other simultaneously, a form of consciousness that has no stable self to orient from. Garnet, when she sees them, reacts in a way she almost never reacts to anything. She's shaken, visibly. She who keeps her emotional state under extraordinary control at almost all times takes a moment. And then she says, "Of the forced fusion, this is wrong." Steven agrees and the scene moves on. But the information sits there. The Diamonds were doing things with shattered fragments. That's what the gem war produced. But let's go back to the corruption itself, because that's the larger and more pervasive thing. Corruption, in the show's biology, is described in one of the more precise lines of dialogue the series produces. It's a tear in the fabric of the mind, not a physical injury in the ordinary sense. Not cracking. A cracked gem can be healed with Steven's tears. Corruption is different. It's something done to the part of a gem that makes them who they are, the part that holds consciousness and personality and memory and selfhood. When that tears, What's left is the gem's instincts and power without the person. This happened at the end of the Gem War. We discussed the mechanism in the previous section. Yellow Diamond and Blue Diamond, in grief and rage over what they believed was Pink Diamond's death, released a wave of power across the earth. Every gem that wasn't protected by Rose's shield, and she could only shield herself, Pearl, and Garnet, was hit, corrupted, in an instant. Thousands of minds shattered into animal instinct. The corruption didn't distinguish crystal gems who had been fighting for the planet, homeworld gems who'd come to fight against it, gems who had had no involvement at all. If they were on Earth when the wave hit, they were corrupted. The corrupting light doesn't ask whose side you're on, it just tears. And here's what the show establishes, quietly, over the course of several seasons. Those corrupted gems are still in there. The monsters that Steven and the crystal gems fight, the feral things with too many teeth and no apparent language or memory or self. There's a gem consciousness somewhere inside each of them, aware in fragmented ways, unable to communicate, unable to be who they were, but not fully gone. Centipedal demonstrates this most clearly. In an episode called Monster Reunion, in Season 3, Centipedal, who Steven met in the very first episode of the show, where she was the first corrupted gem he encountered and who he ended up caring about in his particular Steven way, even while being afraid of her, is a large insectoid creature with an enormous eye. By the time of Monster Reunion, Steven has developed the ability to partially heal her corruption through his powers. Not completely. He can only do so much, but enough that she can hold her humanoid form for a while. Enough that she can communicate. She communicates by drawing. She draws her crew, gems who were with her before the corruption hit. She draws her ship. She draws the navigation charts she used to run. She draws Beach City because she recognized where she was. She draws the flash in the sky coming down. She draws herself, afterward broken. She tries to communicate what her crew were doing when it happened. She was a navigator, someone responsible for getting other gems where they needed to go. And she can't hold the form long enough to say everything she's trying to say, and she reverts to the monster. And Steven is sitting on the floor with her drawing spread around him. She'd been that way for 5,000 years. She had a name, Nephrite. She had a crew. She had a job she was good at. She had a whole identity and a history. And the corrupting light took all of it except the pieces she carries in the gem that no one could ever quite reach. She's been in a bubble in a cave in Steven's house, off and on, since the war ended. And Steven, who was 11 when he first encountered her, eventually holds her in his arms at the end of the series when the healing finally happens, and she comes back to herself, and she remembers. That moment, the healing in Change Your Mind, when all the corrupted gems are finally restored, is the emotional peak of the original series for a lot of viewers. And I think the reason it hits as hard as it does is precisely because the show spent 5 seasons building up the weight of it. Every bubbled gem in the burning room. Every monster of the week. Every time the show cycled through fight, poof, bubble, next. And you noted subconsciously that the bubbles were accumulating. All of it is being held and reserved for the moment when those bubbles open. But the healing requires something the show spends most of its run establishing is almost impossible. It requires all 4 diamonds to cooperate. Their essence combined, the same essential quality that corrupted the gems in the first place, turned from destructive to healing, is the only thing with the scope to undo what was done. And for most of the show's history, 3 of those diamonds believe the 4th is dead, and have no reason to consider the possibility of anything like this. So for all that time since the war ended, all those years the crystal gems have been on Earth, the bubbles sit in the burning room and the crystal gems manage the corrupted gems they encounter in the field. And everyone who was caught in the fallout of the Gem War's final moment keeps waiting in a state they can't report on. What I find particularly complicated about this, on a rewatch, is who those gems were and who's responsible for what happened to them. The Crystal Gems, Rose's team, the rebels were fighting for Earth, for the organic life on it, for the right to exist outside the prescribed roles of the Diamond Authority. That cause was real, and the war was fought for things that mattered. But the ending of the war happened partly because of a deception that Rose was maintaining. And the response to that deception, the corrupting light, was made vastly worse by the fact that Rose couldn't tell anyone what had actually happened. She couldn't go to Yellow and Blue Diamond and say, "I'm not dead. Please don't do the thing you're about to do." The lie required the death to look complete. So she held her shield and protected 3 gems and watched thousands of others be corrupted in the moment of what she'd chosen. The bubble that held Centipedal, Nephrite, that Stephen found in the burning room as a small child was placed there by Rose Quartz herself. Rose knew who was in it. Knew, in some way, that there was a navigator named Nephrite who got caught in the end of a war she started, whose mind was shattered by grief rage over a death Rose had staged, and who couldn't be restored because the full healing required a truth Rose had committed to keeping secret. She bubbled Nephrite. She kept her safe in the burning room. She healed who she could with her tears, and she couldn't do the rest. That's not a comfortable thing to sit with, and the show, to its credit, doesn't make it comfortable. It just leaves it there in the burning room with the other bubbles. Since we're on the subject of what the war left behind, there's the Human Zoo. The Human Zoo is an installation in space built by the Diamond Authority after Blue Diamond asked for somewhere to keep Earth's humans as a sign that the colonization effort was being taken seriously, while also, nominally, honoring Pink Diamond's request to preserve Earth's life. Blue Diamond maintained it after the war ended as a memorial, a piece of pink. It contains a population of humans and their descendants who have lived there for thousands of years. The humans in the zoo live in what looks, from the outside, like comfort. They have food and shelter and sunshine and routine. They do not have any awareness that there's an outside. They don't know they're in space. They don't know they're in a zoo. They've never left. They've never had the option to consider leaving. They seem, when Stephen and Greg encounter them in Season 4, to be broadly content. The show doesn't spend a great deal of time on the implications of this, partly because it has other things to get to, and partly because the implications are the kind of thing that gets darker the more you sit with them, and the show trusts you to do that sitting. A population of humans with all their biological needs met and all their autonomy removed, living in something designed for their comfort that is also their permanent confinement, with no knowledge that there's anything outside it to want. That's a very particular kind of captivity. The zoo is kind, in a way. Blue Diamond built it as an act of preservation. And it's also a permanent cage for the descendants of humans who were taken from Earth without their consent, and who have never known a world that isn't the cage. No notes. That's just what it is. The corruption is healed at the end of the original series. The zoo is not directly addressed in terms of what happens to the humans inside it. They're presumably still there in the time of future, or were at some point returned, though the show doesn't make this explicit. Some things get resolved. Some things the show leaves with you. That's probably the right choice, honestly. The Human Zoo is one of those details that the show plants and trusts you to think about. And the thinking about it is the point. Not everything has a clean answer. Some things are just complicated and sad, and the show is asking you to look at them. Let me talk a bit more about what the show does visually and narratively with the corrupted gems in the earlier seasons, because I think there's something important in how gradually it lets you understand what you're looking at. The corrupted gems in Season 1 are genuinely scary. They're designed to be... The gem monsters the show introduces early on tend to be large and physically imposing and dangerous, and the crystal gems respond to them with a kind of seriousness they reserve for actual threats. A corrupted gem isn't a misunderstood creature who just needs a friend. It's a gem whose ability to communicate or reason or choose has been obliterated. The show doesn't soften this. When Garnet fights them, she fights them properly. But there are small details, seeded through those early fights, that accumulate meaning on a rewatch. the way some corrupted gems seem to hesitate when Stephen approaches them calmly. The fact that Stephen's powers, his healing tears, his bubble, his early experiments with his gemstone, seem to have effects on corrupted gems that direct combat doesn't. The corrupted gem in the very first episode, which the show later reveals is nephrite, centipedal, has that enormous eye that tracks Stephen in a way that feels like recognition before she goes fully feral. The show is saying, in those small moments, there's someone in there. It's not saying it loudly. It's just placing the evidence and waiting. Stevani, the fusion of Stephen and Connie, who appears starting in Season 2, has an interesting relationship with corrupted gems. Because Stevani combines Stephen's empathic connection to gems with Connie's human practicality, they tend to approach corrupted gems differently than the crystal gems do. There's an episode late in the series where Stevanie encounters a massive corrupted gem and manages to calm it through something closer to understanding than combat. And it's the show demonstrating what's been possible all along, if you approach these beings as people rather than monsters. The cluster is the other major piece of the corruption story, and it gets its own resolution in Season 3. The cluster is an enormous, forced fusion of millions of shattered gem shards buried deep inside the earth, a homeworld experiment in weaponizing the fragments left over from the war. If it fully forms, it'll destroy the planet. Stephen's solutions to go down to it, psychically, and help the fragment shards form into something stable, rather than explosive, essentially facilitating a kind of cooperation among all these fragments of destroyed minds that lets them coexist without catastrophic results. The cluster bubbles itself, voluntarily once Stephen gives the fragments the option. They choose containment over violence. The show presents this as Stephen's victory, which it is, but the victory is specifically Stephen giving beings who have been denied choice the experience of choosing. The fragments of all those shattered minds were going to be used as a doomsday weapon. Instead, they get to decide to be still. It's a small thing, narratively. It's a very large thing, thematically. All of the corruption, at every level, is about the long, unresolved cost of a war that ended 5,000 years before the show starts. The burning room is full of that cost. The cluster was made of that cost. Every monster of the week is a piece of that cost. And Stephen, who was born long after the war ended, spends his entire young life inheriting the work of resolving it. The healing tears, the capacity for empathy, the determination to see the person inside the monster. It's the inheritance no one asked him whether he wanted. The purpose handed to him before he had the language to accept or decline it. Something else to sit with before we leave the corruption section. The show plants one very specific seed about it that only fully pays off in future. Corruption is presented in the original series as something that happened to others, to gems caught in the wave, to minds that couldn't withstand what was thrown at them. Historical, contained. In future, Stephen himself begins to corrupt. His gemstone, under extreme emotional stress, the kind of stress that comes from having never processed the specific and staggering amount of trauma he's accumulated, starts destabilizing his human form. He turns pink when he's anxious. His powers fire without his consent. And in the finale, he fully transforms into something monstrous and enormous that the show has called Stefanini, a massive creature that is Stephen's grief and fear and love and damage made physically manifest. The same thing that happened to the gems at the end of the war happens, eventually, to the son of the diamond who caused it. That's not a coincidence. That's the show completing a very specific circle. The corruption wasn't only out there, in other people, in history. It was always also something that could happen from the inside, when what you're carrying finally exceeds what you can hold. We'll come back to this. For now, let's stay with the crystal gems who knew the war firsthand. Since we're moving gradually through the people this show is built around, and Garnet has been waiting long enough, let's talk about her. Garnet is, for most of the first season of Steven Universe, the show's most enigmatic character. She's the leader. She's the tallest. She's the strongest fighter. She has a pair of gauntlets she can summon, and she hits things with them with a decisiveness that makes you feel like the fight was already over. She wears a visor that covers her eyes and speaks in short, precise sentences, and has a quality of self-possession that reads as either serenity or something sealed off, depending on how you're looking. She's warm in her way. She cares about Stephen in a fashion that she expresses through action and occasional terse declarations rather than through any of the more expressive displays that Pearl and Amethyst tend toward. She's a stabilizing force in a household that has a great deal of emotional weather in it. When things go wrong, Garnet tends to be the one who takes stock and finds a direction, but she doesn't explain herself much. And for the first season and into the second, there's a quality to her that feels like privacy, like she knows things she isn't ready to share, not because she's hiding something harmful, but because the right moment hasn't come. The right moment comes in Jailbreak, the Season 1 finale. Jasper hits Garnet with a gem destabilizer, a homeworld weapon designed to disrupt the coherence of a gem's form, and Garnet comes apart, not in the usual sense of being poofed. She literally splits in two because she was the whole time two people. A small red, very emotionally expressive gem called Ruby, and a tall blue composed gem called Sapphire, who is rarely without her single eye closed, and who speaks in a voice that carries something between calm and sadness. Ruby and Sapphire. They're fused always as Garnet, have been for the better part of 6,000 years. The show gives you this and moves on immediately. There's a fight happening, there are things to resolve. But the information sits there, enormous and patient, and then, about a year later, you get the answer, which is the episode Garnet promises Stephen on his birthday, and which is one of the most quietly extraordinary pieces of storytelling the show produces. The answer takes place 5,750 years before the main series, back when Homeworld was in the middle of trying to colonize Earth, and a group of rebels, at this point just Rose Quartz and Pearl, were disrupting the process. Blue Diamond has sent a diplomatic team to Earth to assess the situation. Among them, Sapphire, a rare and aristocratic gem with the ability to see the future, who has been summoned to give Blue Diamond her prediction about what will happen when the rebels attack, and 3 ruby soldiers as her guards. Sapphire delivers her prediction. The rebels will arrive. 7 gems will be disabled, including herself and 2 of the rubies. They'll be captured. The rebellion ends. It's neat and it's certain, and Blue Diamond receives it with the kind of satisfaction that comes from knowing the outcome in advance. And then the rebels arrive, and Pearl cuts down gems with her swords, and Rose fights through the crowd. And in the confusion, one of the ruby soldiers does something she absolutely was not supposed to do. She saves Sapphire, gets between Sapphire and Pearl, and in the moment of doing so, instinctively, accidentally, in a way that neither of them was prepared for or had any reference point for, they fuse. Garnet forms for the first time, and nobody has ever seen this before. A ruby and a sapphire, 2 different gem types. The crowd that was just in the middle of a battle stops. They all look. Blue Diamond's expression is not angry exactly. It's the kind of look that someone gives a thing they find fundamentally objectionable. Something that offends a deeply held sense of what is proper. What is this abomination? Is essentially what's communicated, without those specific words. Ruby blames herself immediately. It was her impulsiveness that caused the fusion, her violation of protocol, her action that broke Sapphire's prediction, and allowed the rebels to escape in the confusion. She falls on her sword. Blue Diamond sentences her to be destroyed. Sapphire grabs her and runs, jumps off the cloud arena, falls to earth. They find shelter in a cave in the rain, and they try to understand what happened. The fusion, when it formed, was nothing like either of them had experienced separately. Ruby had fused before, with other rubies, but that was always just being Ruby, only bigger and slightly more powerful, sharing a body with fundamentally the same personality. This was completely different. Sapphire had never fused at all. For her, the experience of suddenly having 2 points of view instead of one, 2 hearts instead of one, 2 ways of feeling everything, It was something she has no category for. Something entirely new, they both say, in the song that covers the montage of the two of them spending time on Earth, slowly learning each other, slowly growing from panic and uncertainty toward something else. And then they fuse again, voluntarily. Because they want to. They trip down a hill as Garnet and land at the feet of Rose Quartz and Pearl, who look at them with expressions of complete delight. Rose asks Garnet to tell her what she feels. Garnet says she feels lost and scared, and also, very specifically, happy. Rose says, "Welcome to Earth." And Garnet asks her many questions about Ruby, about Sapphire, about what they are now. And Rose stops her gently. "You already are the answer to all those questions," she says. The answer is love, which Stephen, watching the story, already knew. He'd known from the beginning, instinctively, but the specifics of what that love actually cost Ruby and Sapphire to discover and maintain, that's the information the answer is delivering. Cross-gem fusion was forbidden in gem society, and the reason, as the show's world building eventually makes clear, without ever having a character state it directly as policy, is political. If a Ruby and a Sapphire can fuse, can become equals in a fused form, can be something that is greater than either of their assigned roles suggests, then what does rank mean? What does type mean? What does the whole structure of the gem hierarchy depend on, if not the certainty that the categories are fixed? A Ruby is worth one thing. A Sapphire is worth another. Their combination creates something that is worth more than both of them together, in the same way that two different notes produce a chord that exceeds either note alone. That's the threat. So Garnet is, in every moment she exists, a political statement. Not because she wants to be or because she's performing anything. Just because being herself, being the fusion of Ruby and Sapphire who chose each other and keep choosing each other every day, runs counter to the most fundamental assumption on which the Gem Empire was built. She is the proposition that you can be more than what you were made to be, and that the more you can be comes from love rather than power. She's been making that proposition for 6,000 years. There is something genuinely moving about Garnet as a character once you hold that full picture. She's not stoic because she has no feelings. She's the kind of compose that comes from having found in another person something stable enough to base yourself around. Ruby is all feeling, passionate and immediate, and a bit overwhelming in her emotional responsiveness. Sapphire is all restraint, careful and thoughtful and prone to her own kind of paralysis when she sees too many futures at once. Garnet is the equilibrium between those two things. She's what they are together, which is more than either of them alone. Actually, the reason cross-gem fusion was forbidden is worth spending a moment on because it's not stated directly in the show. It's implied. And the implication is more interesting than a stated rule would be. The gem caste system works because everyone believes it's natural. A ruby is worth a certain amount. A sapphire is worth more. A diamond is worth the most. These aren't judgments anyone chose. They emerged from the nature of the gems themselves, from what they can do, from what they were made to be. The hierarchy is presented as descriptive rather than imposed. This is just how things are. Cross-gem fusion breaks that. If a ruby and a sapphire fuse, the result, Garnet, is more powerful and more capable than either of them alone. And more significantly, the process requires them to meet each other as equals. You can't fuse if you don't care about the other person. It doesn't work. Fusion, as the show establishes it, depends on genuine emotional resonance, which means cross-gem fusion depends on a sapphire genuinely caring about a ruby, on an aristocratic gem treating a common soldier as someone worth meeting. That's the act that undermines everything. If Sapphire and Ruby can find each other worth meeting, then the hierarchy's premise, that some gems are simply worth more than others, is exposed as a choice rather than a fact, a preference rather than a law. something that someone decided rather than something that simply is. The Diamond Authority knows this, on some level. That's why it's prohibited. Not because the fusion itself is dangerous, though it can be powerful, but because what the fusion requires to happen at all is the thing that would dissolve the whole system if it spread. And in Jailbreak, when she fights Jasper after reforming, after Ruby and Sapphire choose each other, again, deliberately, in the ship where they were separated, she sings. The song Stronger Than You is one of the most celebrated pieces of music the show produced, and it deserves every bit of that. It's Ruby and Sapphire speaking through Garnet's voice. I am made of love, and it's stronger than you. It's addressed to Jasper, who is trying to beat Garnet in a fight, but it's also addressed to every version of the argument that Garnet shouldn't exist. Every law that said their fusion was wrong. Every voice that said their love was an aberration. There's more to Garnet's story that becomes uncomfortable on a rewatch, though. The show is honest that she isn't perfect. In Cry for Help, a mid-series arc, Pearl discovers she can trick Garnet into repeatedly fusing with her. Their fusion is Sardonyx, a tall, theatrical, wonderfully odd gem, by staging a situation where fusion seems necessary. Pearl does this over and over several times because fusion with Garnet gives Pearl something. A feeling of being powerful, of being adjacent to the person she's devoted to in a way that creates a temporary sense of wholeness. It's not malicious, but it's a violation, and Garnet, when the truth comes out, is devastated in a way that's very particular. She can't articulate it clearly at first. She says to Pearl, "You made me feel like I didn't know what fusion was." That line is precise and important. For Garnet, fusion isn't a power-up or a tactical option. It's the fundamental thing, the expression of the love that defines her existence, the most intimate and serious form of connection she can conceive of. Pearl used that concept as a mechanism to get what she wanted, repeatedly without full consent, and Garnet trusted Pearl enough that it worked for a while before she noticed. The show takes this seriously. It doesn't forgive Pearl quickly or easily. The rift between them lasts for several episodes, and the repair is earned rather than declared. And what the show is doing, through Garnet's response, is establishing how seriously it takes the concept of consent in fusion. How fusion is, in this world, as intimate an act as anything can be. And how violating that intimacy is genuinely harmful, even when the intent was complicated rather than malicious. Garnet ultimately forgives Pearl, because she understands what Pearl was looking for, and she understands loneliness, and she understands the impulse to reach for connection even when the reaching is clumsy and harmful. But the forgiveness is a choice she makes consciously, and the show doesn't pretend it's simple. That's Garnet's character in Microcosm, maybe. She is a being whose existence is built on the proposition that love matters more than rules, and she holds to that proposition even when the people she loves make it hard. It's not naivety. She knows exactly how hard it is. She's been choosing it for 6,000 years. Ruby and Sapphire get married, eventually, midway through season 5. It's a whole episode, a ceremony, a dress Bismuth makes. The other crystal gems all present. Greg driving them around in his van. Lapis dropping a barn on Blue Diamond during the subsequent fight, which is only peripherally related to the wedding but is absolutely the kind of thing that happens at this particular wedding. It's joyful and slightly chaotic and the right kind of earned. Two gems who were supposed to stay in their assigned categories, who found each other across those categories by accident and then chose each other deliberately, who have been choosing each other every day for thousands of years and have been told in various ways that they shouldn't exist. Getting married on the beach in front of the people they love. No notes. Let me say a bit more about Sapphire specifically because I think she gets slightly less attention than Ruby in discussions of Garnet, and it's worth redressing that. Sapphire has future vision. She can see what's likely to happen, not with complete certainty because the future branches and shifts based on choices, but with enough reliability that she was genuinely useful to Blue Diamond as a political advisor. Her whole function, before she became Garnet, was to know what was coming and report it. Her whole identity was organized around seeing forward. And then Ruby changed the future. Did something Sapphire hadn't foreseen? In the middle of a battle, one small, impulsive, warm-hearted Ruby made a choice that broke Sapphire's prediction. And that act of breaking the future, Sapphire thought she could see as also, if you're being metaphorical about it, the thing that makes Garnet possible. Sapphire can see forward. Ruby lives forward, fully, in the moment. Neither of them is complete without the other's relationship to time. There's a recurring issue in the show where Sapphire's future vision causes problems rather than solution, where she sees so many possible futures that she becomes paralyzed, or where she relies on a prediction and refuses to act because she's already seen the outcome and thinks it's fixed. Ruby's passion in those moments is the corrective. You can't just see the future. You have to do something with the present. They balance each other in ways that are both emotional and, if you are the kind of person who thinks about this too much, genuinely, philosophically interesting. Garnet, as the fusion of both, has future vision and the emotional aliveness of Ruby, and the show occasionally lets you see both together. There's something about watching Garnet make decisions, the particular quality of certainty she has, that makes more sense once you understand that she's making them with both a view of the probable futures and a deep, Ruby-inherited investment in the value of the present moment. She's not predetermining things, she's informed. And since we're still in the vicinity of the Garnet section, Garnet's relationship with Steven is one that the show handles with a particular gentleness that I appreciate. She loves him, fully and unreservedly, in a way she mostly expresses through trust. Trusting him with information, trusting him with responsibility, trusting him with the truth about who she is at a moment when that truth was not small. The birthday story she tells him about Ruby and Sapphire is partly a gift and partly a trust. She's saying, "You're old enough for the real history. Here it is." And Steven, who already knew she was a fusion in the mechanical sense, receives the emotional content of that history and asks, "What was the answer?" And Garnet says, "Love." And he says, "I knew it." Because he did. He's been knowing things instinctively about how people work and what they need since the very beginning of the show. The thing he hasn't worked out yet is how to apply that understanding to himself. That's Season 5 and Future's problem. For now, Garnet. There's one more aspect of Garnet worth noting, which is the episode Mindful Education, which I'll come back to in the music section because it contains one of the show's best songs, but in which Stevonnie is having difficulty fusing because of unresolved emotional stress, and Garnet takes them through a meditation on how to hold difficult feelings rather than be overwhelmed by them. The technique she describes is recognizable as a version of actual mindfulness practice. Acknowledge the thought, don't fight it. Let it exist without letting it control you. Return to the present, Garnet, teaching Steven and Connie to do the emotional work she's been doing her entire existence. The work of being two very different people who feel things intensely, in one body, and managing that so it produces stability rather than chaos. She's been doing that for thousands of years. She has some notes on the subject, and the fact that Steven can't quite manage it perfectly in that episode, that there are things he's not ready to look at yet, things he sidesteps rather than holds, is one of those early pieces of foreshadowing for future. The lesson was available. He wasn't able to receive the whole of it, not yet. Pearl is, in the early episodes of the show, somewhat difficult to get a clear sense of. She's competent. Extremely competent, actually. She's the one who trains Steven most consistently, who has the most organized relationship to historical knowledge about gems, who runs the household with a kind of precision that borders on controlling. She's clearly devoted to Steven in a way that expresses itself mostly as anxiety about his safety. And she's clearly processing something, some ongoing grief or adjustment, that she doesn't have a name for yet. There's a sadness in her that the show doesn't immediately explain, and an occasional sharpness that seems to come from that same place. She's also, in the early seasons, somewhat dismissive of Greg Universe, Steven's dad, who lives in a van nearby and is warm and affectionate, and overall a fairly functional human being. Pearl is cooler with Greg than with almost anyone else, and the show seeds this for quite a while before directly addressing it. The direct address, when it comes, is an episode called We Need to Talk, in Season 2, where Steven discovers a video of Rose and Greg dancing together very early in their relationship. Greg was trying to learn about fusion, specifically about whether a human and a gem could fuse, which he wanted to understand partly as a way of being closer to Rose. Rose explains to Greg that fusion requires two gems who are genuinely connecting, and that because Greg is a human without a gemstone, the fusion probably wouldn't work. Greg notices something in this conversation. He says, "I don't feel like you're seeing me." He means it both specifically and generally. Rose tends to see what she likes about people, their best qualities, their most interesting aspects, without fully accounting for the whole of who they are. She loved humans, broadly, in a kind of wide, enraptured way that wasn't always specific. Greg wants to be specific. He wants her to see Greg, not just a human. And Pearl, in the background of this video, Pearl is watching. Her expression, when Rose and Greg eventually do connect properly, is the particular expression of someone watching something they don't know how to name, something between loss and confusion, and the specific pain of realizing that someone they've devoted themselves to has found something they can't provide. That expression tells you more about Pearl's backstory than most direct exposition could. Let's talk about what pearls actually are. Gems, as we've established, are made for purposes. Different gem types have different functions. And pearl-type gems have a specific function: their attendants. Servants, really, though the show's world building is precise enough that the range of what this means is explored rather than flattened. Pearls are created to serve higher-ranking gems, to manage their schedules, handle their affairs, present them with whatever they need. They're created to be aesthetically pleasing because they're decorative as well as functional. They're not supposed to fight. They're not supposed to have opinions that diverge from their owners. They're not supposed to have owners who think of them as anything other than a useful object. Pearl broke from this because Rose did. Rose, still Pink Diamond, at the time Pearl was assigned to her, or shortly thereafter, treated Pearl as a person, talked to her, asked what she thought, suggested things rather than ordering them, valued her. Pearl, who had been designed for a specific kind of relationship to her assigned gem, and who had never encountered this alternative, responded to being treated as someone worth valuing by becoming, gradually, devoted in a way that went far beyond the function she was built for. She fell in love with Rose. Not a simple or uncomplicated love, something much more complex shaped by the enormous power differential between them, shaped by the context of what Pearl was and what she'd been designed to be, shaped by the fact that Rose was, as Pink Diamond, literally Pearl's diamond, but real. Whatever it was real. And Rose, who did love Pearl in her way, also made Pearl the keeper of her most critical secret. Pearl was the only gem in the entire world who knew that Rose Quartz was Pink Diamond. She performed the illusion of the shattering. She maintained the lie for thousands of years. She carried this secret through the war, through the aftermath, through Rose's relationship with Greg, through Rose's decision to give up her physical form to have Steven, through everything. What Pearl does with that secret, and what she does with Rose's absence, is one of the longer character arcs in the show. In the early seasons, Pearl manages by keeping busy. She trains Steven. She maintains the Crystal Gem's operations. She controls what she can control, because there's an enormous amount she can't. She occasionally does things that look like substitution, seeking connection or meaning through fusion, the Cry for Help episode, over-investing in the idea that she can make Steven into the best version of what she thinks he should be, struggling with Greg because Greg has what she spent thousands of years devoted to and doesn't even fully understand what he has. She's not a villain. She's not even a problem, exactly. She's a person who has built her entire identity around loving and serving someone who is now gone, and who doesn't have a fully developed self outside of that, and who is trying to function in a world that requires her to be a person in her own right rather than an extension of someone else. The show is patient with this. It doesn't resolve Pearl quickly. It gives her real, slow, meandering progress. Episodes where she's better, episodes where she slides back, episodes where she's trying something that isn't quite working yet. And it's honest about the ways her grief and her incompleteness affect the people around her. There's a scene in Storm in the Room that has nothing to do with Pearl directly, but that is the clearest picture of what Stephen has absorbed from her. Stephen goes into Rose's room in the temple, a space that manifests whatever the visitor imagines, and he conjures Rose, talks to her, asks her why she chose to have him, what she was thinking, whether she knew what it would be like for him. The Rose he conjures can only say what he already believes she would say, which means it's Stephen having a conversation with his own assumptions about his mother. And eventually he says, with a rawness that's genuinely hard to watch, "Were you even a real person? Or were you just a character?" He's been given a mythology and he wants to know who the actual person was. Pearl knew the actual person. Pearl's version of Rose is the most complete picture the show ever gives us of Rose as someone who existed and was complicated. But Pearl can't give it easily. In Mr. Greg, which is a full-on musical episode and one of the best things in the show, Pearl and Greg and Stephen are stranded together in a fancy hotel in Empire City. And what develops is a conversation between Pearl and Greg that's been needed for years. They sing, they argue. They talk about Rose, which neither of them has been able to do with the other. Pearl admits that she sometimes hates Greg, not because of who he is, but because of what he has. The fact that Rose chose him in the end in a way she never chose Pearl. Greg admits he's never quite understood Pearl, but has always known she loved Rose. They don't fix everything, but they find each other, a bit. They go from barely tolerating each other to being tentatively on the same side. It's a nice episode. It's the kind of thing the show does that earns its emotional moments by actually working up to them through lots of small, honest steps. Pearl's growth over the show is also, quietly, a story about what it looks like to become a person when you've never fully been allowed to be one. She learns to fight, which was expressly not her function. She develops expertise and opinions that have nothing to do with serving someone else. She learns, slowly and with difficulty, to exist for herself. In Steven Universe Future, she's making progress, has her own activities, her own connections, her own sense of direction. She still carries the grief and the years. But she's more than she's ever been Pearl who is Pearl, rather than Pearl who is Rose's Pearl. There's a detail about Pearl's fighting style that I think is one of the show's more interesting visual choices. Pearls, on Homeworld, are not supposed to fight. Pearl is, by almost any measure, in the show, an extraordinary fighter. She's elegant and precise and devastatingly effective, and watching her fight in the show's battle sequences is genuinely impressive, and the show eventually lets her notice that about herself. In the episode Back to the Moon, she fights an amethyst soldier who expects to easily overpower a Pearl, and Pearl wins emphatically. And you can see in her expression the particular satisfaction of proving, again, that she is not what she was designed to be. Every fight Pearl wins is a Pearl doing what she was designed not to do. She knows this. She has always known it. And at some point, that knowledge shifted from being a source of anxiety to being quietly a source of pride. That's not a small thing. For someone who was made to be a decorative servant and who spent thousands of years as the extension of someone else's will, finding pride in what she can do as herself is a significant act. It doesn't announce itself. It's just there, in the expression, in the stance, in the way she picks up a sword. One last thing about Pearl, which I think is underappreciated. She's funny. There's a dry, slightly overcautious quality to her humor that comes out most clearly in her interactions with Amethyst and in her relationship to the residents of Beach City, who are human and confusing and occasionally alarming. She finds Greg's whole situation vaguely baffling, on a practical level that has nothing to do with emotion. She is occasionally so precisely correct about something in a completely unhelpful way that it becomes funny. The show is aware of this and uses it gently, and it makes her more real somehow. She's not only grief and devotion and suppressed feeling, she is also a person who has genuine opinions about the correct way to make tea, and will communicate those opinions whether you asked for them or not. Now, since we're talking about Pearl and what she's processing and how she processes it, The song It's Over, Isn't It? Deserves to be mentioned here, though we'll spend more time on the music in a later section. It comes from the episode Mr. Greg, and it's Pearl alone on a hotel rooftop, looking at the city, singing about Rose, about loss, about knowing that what she had, whatever it was, whatever she's calling it, is finished, and about being unable to move on. I was fine before her. Pearl saying this about Rose is complicated. It's probably not entirely true. Pearl existed before Rose decided to treat her differently, but that existence wasn't the same as being a person. But the grief is real. The inability to locate herself outside of Rose is real. Where do I go now that I've been with her? How do I move on? Is both a question about grief and a question about identity. Who is Pearl without Rose? She's been finding out, slowly, for years, and the song is the most direct she ever gets about how much she doesn't know yet. The episode also contains what is probably the most emotionally precise moment in the Pearl-Greg dynamic. After they've sung their way through the awkwardness, and the history, and the grief, they end up sitting next to each other on a rooftop, quiet, sharing something. Not an answer, just a shared acknowledgement that both of them loved someone who was complicated and is gone, and that both of them are still here, still trying to work out what to do with that. Stephen is there too. He sees all of it. He absorbs all of it. The kid who grew up between these adults and their unresolved grief, learning by proximity what it looks like to love someone enormously and not know what to do with them being gone. There are things Stephen is learning all the time. Not all of them are things he'll be able to use right away. Also worth mentioning is Pearl's relationship with Amethyst, which goes through quite a significant arc over the course of the series. They start at opposite poles. Pearl is controlled and Amethyst is chaotic. Pearl values tradition, and Amethyst finds tradition mostly optional. Pearl is precise, and Amethyst thinks precision is for people who don't have better things to do. They're both in some way insecure, but their insecurities run in completely different directions. Pearl's comes from the question of whether she has any value outside of service. Amethyst's comes from the question of whether she should have existed at all. Different problems, but both of them fundamentally about the question of whether who you are is worth anything. Their fusion is opal. Infrequent, difficult to achieve and maintain, but spectacular when it happens. Opal is calm and focused and shoots arrows, and she tends to be so absorbed in being in the moment that she forgets what she was supposed to be doing. She forgets the mission. She's too happy. That's what Pearl and Amethyst together looks like. The happiness of being somewhere they didn't expect. Between two people who don't think they fit together, finding that they do. The show is very good at making its fusions tell you something about the people who comprise them. Every opal moment is Pearl and Amethyst choosing to meet each other rather than fight from their corners. And those moments are infrequent, but they are, when they happen, genuinely lovely. Pearl's story doesn't have a clean ending, because Pearl's story isn't that kind of story. She's still the person she is, still carrying what she carries, but she's more herself than she's ever been, and that has to count for something. I want to go back briefly to something I mentioned earlier. The fact that Pearl fought in the Gem War, because the weight of it is something the show handles very quietly, and I think it deserves a bit more space. The rebellion that Rose and Pearl started had, at its early core, just the two of them. This is confirmed later in the series, the ferocious band of rebels that was disrupting Homeworld's colonization, that Blue Diamond felt the need to send diplomatic teams to deal with, was initially two gems, Rose and Pearl. A diamond in disguise and a pearl who was absolutely categorically not supposed to be doing any of this. Pearls don't fight. Pearls don't have opinions that run counter to their assigned gems. Pearls don't start wars. And yet, Pearl was there at the beginning of this one because Rose asked her to be, and she said yes. What does it feel like to do the thing you were specifically built not to do? The show doesn't answer this directly, but there's something in the way Pearl talks about the early rebellion, with a particular intensity, a particular ownership, a sense that this was hers in a way that almost nothing else has been, that suggests it was formative in ways that went beyond devotion to Rose. Fighting gave Pearl a self, or helped reveal one that was already there, waiting. The war was terrible and the costs of it were real. But for Pearl personally, it was also the place where she found out who she was when she wasn't being defined by someone else's function. And that's complicated to hold. The thing that was formative, the thing that made her, happened in the context of a war that also caused enormous damage. Both are true. Both are hers. Pearl in the original series is someone who fought in a war and won, and is now, thousands of years later, still working out what to do with herself in peacetime. That's not a unique problem, in history or in fiction, but it's hers, and the show treats it as hers. And the specificity of it, the particular shape of this particular person's struggle with identity and purpose and loss, is what makes her work as a character rather than as a type. And the trajectory of it, from something organized almost entirely around Rose towards something genuinely Pearl's own, is one of the most satisfying long arcs in the show precisely because it moves at the speed of reality rather than the speed of narrative convenience. She doesn't suddenly have herself figured out after a good episode. She makes progress and slides back and finds something and loses it again and finds it differently the next time. She's at it for 6,000 years, and by the time of Future, she's more herself than she's ever been, and she still isn't finished. That's not a flaw in the storytelling, that's what healing actually looks like. The show knows this, and Pearl, who has been modeling it for the length of the series, is the evidence. Amethyst is, in many ways, the most immediately likable of the crystal gems. And I say this with full awareness that Pearl and Garnet are both also excellent, but there's something about Amethyst's energy in the early seasons, the chaos, the shamelessness, the complete indifference to whether her habits are considered appropriate, that is immediately and effortlessly endearing. She eats things she doesn't need to eat because she enjoys the experience. She surfs on birds, she shape-shifts into various things for the purpose of causing mild disruption. She and Steven are best friends almost immediately, partly because they're both somewhat closer to the bottom of the household's implied hierarchy, partly because they share a quality of not having their lives fully together and finding this more funny than alarming. When the show needs someone to participate in a plan that is probably going to go wrong in an interesting way, Amethyst is usually involved. But underneath all of this, and the show gives you the information early enough that it lands differently on a rewatch, Amethyst is someone who has spent her entire existence feeling like a mistake. She emerged from the prime kindergarten long after the war ended, and long after the other crystal gems had moved on. She was alone in the kindergarten for years before the gems found her. She doesn't have memories of emerging, which every other gem does, because it's the first thing you experience. Because her emergence was apparently confused and protracted in ways she can't fully access. And she emerged smaller and less powerful than the standard for her gem type, because she spent longer than expected in the ground. The technical term for this, in the show, is that she was overcooked. It means she formed more slowly and came out different, smaller, less physically imposing, with different abilities than the standard issue quartz soldier that the kindergarten was designed to produce. On Homeworld, this would make her defective, off-color, potentially subject to being shattered, or at the very least never assigned to the kind of role a proper quartz would occupy. She knows this. She has known it, in some form or another, for her entire existence. The episode On the Run is the one that makes this explicit, and it comes in season 1, relatively early in the show's run, which means the show is giving you this information before you have all the context to fully process it and trusting that you'll hold it and it'll accumulate weight as the series continues. Steven and Amethyst go on an adventure and end up in the prime kindergarten, the canyon in the American Southwest where Amethyst was made. And Amethyst stands in front of the holes in the cliff face, all those human-shaped absences in the rock where other quartzes came from, and says, quietly, "I am a mistake." The show doesn't let this sit in a dramatic way. It doesn't give the line a swell of music or a significant pause. It's just something Amethyst says, standing in the place where she came from, looking at the evidence of what she was supposed to be and isn't. And then the conversation moves on, because Amethyst doesn't tend to stay in her own darkness if she can help it. But the line is there. And if you're paying attention on a first watch, you feel it. And on a rewatch, knowing everything that comes after, It's one of those things that lands differently, heavier. There's a character arc running through seasons 2 and 3 that centers on Amethyst's relationship to Jasper. Jasper, who we meet in the season 1 finale, is a massive, imposing quartz who is visually the version of Amethyst's type that everything in the kindergarten was optimized toward. She's the perfect quartz. She's huge and enormously strong and completely certain of herself in a way that has never been questioned. And she came from the same kindergarten as Amethyst. The same patch of earth, the same process. She came out right, and Amethyst came out wrong. Jasper knows this too. When she encounters Amethyst, she's dismissive in the specific way of someone who finds the comparison offensive. Not to Amethyst personally, but to the category. What Amethyst is, a quartz who's too small, who didn't form correctly, is an embarrassment, an example of what happens when things go wrong. Amethyst fights Jasper several times, and loses, and keeps going back. And the show is clear that the reason she keeps going back has less to do with strategic thinking, and more to do with the fact that beating Jasper would be, in Amethyst's internal logic, proof that the mistake wasn't fatal. That coming out wrong doesn't mean being less than, that she's worth something. This is the kind of emotional logic that is both completely understandable and completely not a good reason to get into repeated fights with someone who is significantly larger and more powerful than you. The show doesn't resolve this by having Amethyst beat Jasper. What it does instead, in the episode Earthlings, is give Amethyst the opportunity to fuse with Steven, forming Smoky Quartz, who uses a giant yo-yo as their primary weapon and approaches combat with the particular energy of two people who each have significant self-doubt and have decided to just have fun anyway. And together, they manage to do what Amethyst couldn't do alone. Smoky Quartz is one of the show's most charming fusions. They're fun and self-deprecating and slightly goofy, and they make each other better in the specific way that two people who both feel insufficient can make each other feel like enough by standing alongside each other. Steven doesn't give Amethyst power she didn't have, but he does by choosing to be beside her. Change what being Amethyst means in that moment. The fusion is the argument that you don't have to be what you were made to be worth something. The thing about Amethyst's story is that it connects obliquely to the larger theme of what the kindergarten represents. We've talked about the kindergartens as extraction machines, places where planets are consumed to produce gems. But for Amethyst personally, the kindergarten is her origin, is where she came from. And the show asks a question that it doesn't answer directly. What does it mean to have been made as part of a process that was wrong? The colony was wrong. The war was fought partly to stop it. Amethyst is the product of that wrong process. Does that make her wrong? The show says no, quite clearly. Amethyst is funny and chaotic and affectionate and brave, and the fact that she came from a place that was used up to make her doesn't make her less real or less valuable. The wrongness is in the system, not in the gem the system produced. But Amethyst doesn't always believe this. The self-doubt is a long-running thread. What eventually helps is, as it tends to be in Steven Universe, other people. Steven, consistently. Greg, who doesn't know much about gem politics, but does know how to be warmly present. The other crystal gems, who have their own stuff going on, but who have known Amethyst since she was wandering, confused in an empty kindergarten, and who chose her then and keep choosing her. In Season 5, there's a lovely episode called What's Your Problem? That happens in the immediate aftermath of Steven finding out about Rose Quartz being Pink Diamond, when everyone is processing the revelation in their own ways and Steven is worried about how the others are dealing with it. Amethyst is, apparently, fine. Suspiciously fine. She's eating things and being chaotic and declaring herself unbothered. And Steven, who has been watching everyone around him carefully for signs of distress, presses. And Amethyst says, "Yeah, I'm upset. But what can I do about it? I can't change what happened. I can't change what I am. So why would I sit around crying about it?" And then she immediately goes to get chili fries. This is both funny and, if you read it right, a pretty concise statement of how Amethyst has navigated her entire life. She has always known there were things wrong, with her origin, with what she was made from, with the gap between what she is and what a quartz should be. She has never been able to change those things. So she makes the choice, repeatedly, to live anyway. With enthusiasm, with chaos, with chili fries. That's a coping mechanism that works until it doesn't. The show knows this. Amethyst's relentlessly forward momentum is real, and it's also occasionally a way of not looking at the thing that hurts. The war with Jasper was the thing that hurts, rendered as a physical fight. When that's done, when Jasper is gone, when that particular mirror of everything Amethyst told herself she was worth breaks, she has to find another way to be. And she does. It's not perfect, but she does. There's also Amethyst's relationship to fusion more broadly, which is worth noting. She fuses more freely and with more people than almost anyone else in the crystal gems. She and Pearl form Opal. She and Garnet form Sugilite. She and Steven form Smoky Quartz. The fusions she participates in are, consistently, the ones that feel most like genuine play. Like two people finding each other interesting and wanting to see what happens if they put themselves together. Even Sugilite, who goes badly, becoming a too large, somewhat uncontrollable entity that stops wanting to unfuse because being Sugilite feels so good. Even that happens because Amethyst's approach to fusion is uncomplicated enthusiasm, and uncomplicated enthusiasm is not always the right tool. But it's her, and it's specific to her. And it's one of the reasons she and Steven work so well as a pairing. They both approach things with an openness that gets them into trouble in roughly similar ways. Amethyst, at the end of the show, is someone who has found, I think, a version of herself she can live in more comfortably. She knows where she came from. She knows what she is. She's made peace with the gap between what she was designed to be and what she actually is. The peace isn't complete. Peace is rarely complete in Steven Universe Beat, but it's present and it's hers. She still eats rocks though, for fun, and honestly, no notes. Let me go a bit deeper on the kindergarten and what it means for Amethyst specifically, because I think the show does something subtle with the geography of that place that deserves attention. The prime kindergarten is in a canyon somewhere in the American Southwest. Visually, it looks like a real place, and it is clearly meant to evoke the kind of high desert landscape that shows up in American photography and film in a particular way. Wide, red, ancient, quiet. The sky above it is enormous. The cliff faces are vertical and orange-pink, and the holes where the gems emerged are perfectly preserved in the rock, smooth and shaped like people, as if a crowd of beings stepped forward out of the stone and the stone remembered their shape. It's a beautiful location. The show's visual language around it is deliberately beautiful. And it's also a place where a planet was consumed. Both things at once, in the same image. The beauty and the damage coexisting without one canceling the other out. That's what Amethyst's relationship to her origin is, essentially. She's beautiful. She is genuinely wonderful and good at everything she decides to try, and brings light and chaos into the lives of everyone around her. And she came from a process that was harmful, that consumed something in order to produce her. That was part of a larger system of exploitation. Both of those things are equally true, and neither of them cancels the other out. The show doesn't ask Amethyst to feel bad about existing because of where she came from. That would be absurd. But it does let her feel complicated about it, which is the right response to a complicated situation. She didn't choose her origin, she can't change it. What she can do is be who she is now, as fully as possible, and let that be enough. There's a sequence in the On the Run episode where Steven tries to reframe the kindergarten for Amethyst. He points out the life that's come back to the area around it. The small desert plants, a bird, a few insects. Life adapts. Things grow back. The land was damaged, but it's not fully dead. And Amethyst looks at this with an expression that is, notably, not comforted. It's not enough, she says, or something to that effect. She can see the life that came back. She also knows what was there, before it was taken. Stephen, who was trying to help, is slightly at a loss. He doesn't have an answer for this. The show, through him, acknowledges that sometimes there isn't one. You can point to recovery and still also hold the knowledge of the damage that made the recovery necessary. Those two things can live together. This is, I think, one of the show's most honest moments about what "it gets better" actually means. It can get better, things do grow back, and it doesn't retroactively make the damage that happened not happen. Both things are true. You can be grateful for the recovery and still mourn what was lost. Amethyst knows this better than anyone. One thing that doesn't get much attention, but that I always notice on a rewatch, Amethyst's gem is on her chest, as are the amethysts from the kindergarten. Her siblings, essentially, other versions of herself that came from the same place and look roughly similar, though with enough variation to be individuals. When you see the amethyst soldiers in the later seasons, they have this quality of being recognizably amethyst but not quite, like family resemblance. Same broad type, same general energy, different specific people. Meeting them in the later seasons is interesting for Amethyst's arc because it gives her something she's never had. Context. She knows what a quartz soldier from her kindergarten looks like, how they move, how they talk. She knows she's not alone in having come from that place. The other amethysts didn't all come out wrong, they came out as intended, and they have their own lives and their own paths, but they came from the same canyon, from the same rock, and there's something in Amethyst's interaction with them that looks like relief. The relief of being located, of being able to point to something and say, I'm from there, with those people, and that makes sense of certain things. Not all of them, obviously. Being from a place doesn't fully explain who you are, but it's a piece. The show also uses Amethyst very deliberately as the entry point for a lot of the show's more comedic, emotional content. The episodes that are lighter in tone, that are more focused on the rhythms of everyday life in Beach City, that are about small things rather than cosmic ones. And Amethyst is the right character for this because her approach to life is fundamentally oriented toward the present and toward pleasure, and toward finding things interesting, rather than worrying too much about what they mean. She counterbalances the show's tendency toward significance. Steven Universe could, with slightly different pacing, tip into a kind of earnest overwhelming where every scene is heavy and every choice is weighty and everything is about something. Amethyst prevents this. She's the character who eats a rock because she wanted to see what it tasted like. She's the character who turns into a purple cat for no reason. She's the character who, in the middle of a moderately serious conversation, says something completely unrelated and funny, and redirects the whole scene into a different emotional register. This is, quietly, the show doing structural work with her. She's not just a comedic character who provides comic relief during dramatic scenes. She's a character whose entire philosophy of life is a refutation of the idea that everything needs to be treated with maximum seriousness. And the show endorses this gently. Not in a way that dismisses the serious stuff, but in a way that says, you can hold the serious stuff and also have fun. You can acknowledge damage and still eat rocks. Those things aren't contradictory. Amethyst and Steven, in their dynamic, are the show's argument that healing doesn't require solemnity. That you can be in the middle of recovering from something and also be delighted by a very large bird. That joy is not the absence of difficulty. That being okay and having a good time can coexist with being a complicated person who came from a complicated place. It's a small philosophical point, but it's one the show makes consistently through Amethyst, across every season, and it matters. One more thing about Amethyst that I want to name before we leave her, which is the specific way the show treats her relationship to her own history as something she doesn't have to resolve before she can have a good life. A lot of narratives about characters with difficult origins structure the story around resolution. The character confronts their past, processes it, reaches some level of peace with it, and that peace is the destination. And Steven Universe does do some of that, for Amethyst and for others. But there's also a version of Amethyst's arc where the peace with her origin isn't fully achieved, and that's okay. Where she carries it, and it's still a sore spot sometimes, and she moves on anyway. Not because she's suppressing it, but because she's found other things to also be true about her life, and those things don't wait for the sore spot to heal. She's the person in the show who most embodies the idea that you don't have to finish healing to be alive. You don't have to have resolved your relationship to where you came from before you can have good days, good friends, experiences worth having. The healing happens alongside the living rather than before it. The life doesn't pause while you work through what the kindergarten means. That's a specific kind of health, and it's not the only kind. Some things do need direct attention before life can move forward, and the show is honest about that in Steven's arc. But Amethyst's version is valid too. Some things you carry and live around, and slowly, over time, they get lighter. You don't have to finish before you begin. She's been eating rocks the whole time, and she's fine. Bismuth appears for the first time in Season 3, and her entrance is the kind that makes you wish you'd met her earlier. Steven finds her inside Lion's mane, Lion being the magical pink lion who is Steven's companion, and who contains, inside his mane, a pocket dimension that Rose used as a kind of private storage space for things she needed to keep safe or keep close. There are weapons in there. There's a desert Rose in a glass case. There's a chest that contains recordings Rose left for Steven. And there's a bubble containing a large purple and rainbow-colored gem, who, when Steven pops the bubble and she comes out of it, is immediately and comprehensively herself in a way that some characters take whole seasons to establish. Bismuth is enormous, warm, funny, loud, enormously skilled, clearly in love with her craft, and genuinely delighted to meet Steven. She's a blacksmith. She made weapons for the crystal gems during the war, fashioned from the materials of the earth, designed specifically to serve each individual gem's fighting style. She knew them all. Pearl's spear was hers. Amethyst's whip was hers. She takes great unaffected pride in what she made and what it was worth. And she's been bubbled inside Lion's mane, missing an unknown amount of time, clearly not sure what year it is. The crystal gem's reaction to seeing her is the reaction of people who thought they'd lost someone and suddenly haven't. There's a quality to it that only makes sense once you know they were told she went missing in battle. They thought she was gone, and here she is, enormous and shining and exactly herself. And for a little while the episode is just joy, just the pleasure of reunion, of people who love each other finding each other again. Now, the structure of the episode is interesting because it spends real time being warm before it gets complicated. You know the show well enough, by Season 3, to understand that extended warmth is often the show doing preparatory work. When Steven Universe is being very joyful and light, it's frequently building something. But this isn't dramatic manipulation. It's the show establishing that you like and care about Bismuth, that you want things to work out for her before it shows you the thing that complicates it. So that when you have to hold both, the person you liked and the thing she did, and the thing Rose did in response, you're holding it with real stakes. Bismuth shows Steven her forge, a workshop deep inside a volcano, molten rock and mineral work, and the smell of something being made, which Bismuth clearly finds deeply satisfying. She offers to make Steven a weapon. They spend time together. She tells him stories about the war, about the crystal gems, about what it was like to fight for something you believed in. And gradually she moves toward something specific. She made a weapon. During the war, she made a weapon she called the Breaking Point, a tool designed to shatter gems. Not to poof them, not to destabilize their form, but to destroy their gemstones permanently. To kill them, in the full and irreversible gemme sense of the word. She made it because she believed the only way to win the war was to be willing to fight as destructively as Homeworld was. That you can't defeat a force willing to shatter gems by refusing to shatter gems. She shows it to Steven and he refuses it. He says what Rose said, that shattering is wrong, that it's permanent, that they can win without it. And Bismuth, who has been building toward this, who has clearly been carrying the question of whether someone would finally hear her out and agree with her, reacts with the particular frustration of someone who has been told no on something they have thought about deeply by someone they thought they could trust. She attacks Stephen. He fights back reluctantly and wins, poofs her, rebubbles her, and then calls the crystal gems and tells them what happened. And the crystal gems find out for the first time that Bismuth is alive, and they find out that she was in Lion, and they find out that Rose was the one who put her there, because what Stephen eventually pieces together, and what the show confirmed always, is that Rose knew. Rose knew about the breaking point. Rose was the one who fought Bismuth the first time. When Bismuth made the same argument to her, Rose poofed Bismuth and bubbled her inside Lion and told the other crystal gems that Bismuth had gone missing in battle. She never said what happened. She never told them there had been a fight. She managed the situation by making Bismuth disappear from the narrative and lying to everyone about it. And Bismuth, who is, throughout the episode, a person you've come to genuinely like, who is brave and skilled and loving, and who has real, considered beliefs about what winning a war requires, is the person Rose did this to. What's important about Bismuth's story is the specificity of the moral question the show is raising, because it isn't a simple one. Bismuth wasn't wrong about the stakes. The diamonds were willing to shatter gems. The war was brutal. The crystal gems were outnumbered and outgunned and ultimately had to survive on tactics and attrition. The breaking point was Bismuth's answer to the question, what does it take to actually win this? Rose's answer was, not that. Not ever that. And Rose's answer is the show's endorsed position, in the sense that the show frames shattering as wrong and Rose's refusal as correct. But the show is honest that this position has costs. The war dragged on. Crystal gems were corrupted at the end of it, as we've discussed, partly because the rebellion never had the decisive force to simply end things. Bismuth thought that force was the answer. Rose disagreed, and Rose handled the disagreement by quietly removing Bismuth from the equation and pretending she was dead. That's not nothing. That's a serious thing. Bismuth had an argument that deserved to be heard and debated. Instead, it was managed. The crystal gems, garnet, pearl, amethyst, might have agreed with Rose had they known. Or they might not have. They didn't get the chance to decide. Rose decided for them that Bismuth's position was too dangerous to let exist in the group, and she acted accordingly, and she lied. This connects to the broader portrait of Rose that the show builds across its run, someone whose love was genuine and whose values were real, and who nevertheless had a tendency to make unilateral decisions that affected everyone around her, without telling anyone, because she believed she knew best. She managed people rather than trusting them. She solved problems by controlling information rather than by sharing it. Bismuth says this to Stephen in the episode, and it's one of the most important lines in the show. She always did what she thought was right, but she never asked us what we thought. That's a specific kind of loving failure. The failure of someone who protects the people around them from knowledge they've decided is too dangerous, without checking whether those people want to be protected that way. It's well-intentioned. It's also a kind of disrespect, dressed up as care. In later seasons, Bismuth is freed properly and rejoins the crystal gems. She has to process the fact that Rose lied to her, that she was bubbled and stored and absent for a war she'd devoted herself to. She processes this in the way that the show's characters tend to process difficult things, imperfectly, non-linearly, with anger and grief that coexist with her ongoing love for the people she's with. She builds armor for Pearl. She helps in the final battle. She's present and real. And the show gives her back her place in the story even if it can't give her back the time she was erased from it. There's something that I keep returning to about Bismuth's specific place in the Crystal Gems history. Every time Pearl or Garnet mentioned in those early seasons, Crystal Gems who didn't make it, who were lost in the war, who fell, Bismuth was in that count. Garnet, in quiet moments, would speak of comrades who were gone. Pearl told Stephen about people they'd known who were killed or corrupted. And in those lists, somewhere, was Bismuth, who was actually in Lion's Mane, a few meters away, in a bubble. On a first watch, you don't have the context for this. On a rewatch, every time someone mentions the crystal gems who didn't survive, you're thinking, Bismuth is in Lion right now. She's literally right there. And she doesn't know how long she's been in there, and the people who thought she was dead don't know she's alive, and the reason this situation exists is that the person they're all grieving in various ways chose to put her there. It's not the darkest thing in the show, but it's one of the things that makes you sit with Rose as a character in a more complicated way. She's gone. She can't explain herself, she can't be asked about this choice or the other choices. What's left is the consequences, and the people who are alive in them, and the work of moving forward through them. Bismuth, at the end of the original series and into future, is doing that work. She's in Little Homeworld, building things, making things, surrounded by gems who are trying to figure out what it looks like to live rather than to fight. She's good at making. She's always been good at making. And now she gets to make things that aren't weapons. She still has opinions about strategy. She still thinks certain problems deserve more decisive solutions. She's still Bismuth. But she's Bismuth in a world where the war ended, and that's its own interesting territory. One thing I want to note before we move on, which is about what Bismuth's episode means for Steven specifically. Steven, by the time he meets Bismuth, has been absorbing information about his mother for several seasons. He's moved through idealization. Rose as a perfect hero, a perfect martyr, a sacrifice he was born from, and into something more complicated. The gun in the armory. The fact that Rose fell in love with other humans before Greg. The general sense that Rose had a whole long life that Steven only knows fragments of. Bismuth adds another fragment. Rose imprisoned a friend and lied about it. Steven keeps having to revise his picture of his mother. And the revision process, the way each new piece of information requires you to update your understanding of someone you love, to accommodate a more complicated version of them, is something the show takes seriously. It's not asking Steven to stop loving Rose, it's asking him to love a more accurate version of her. An accurate love that includes the hard parts, is more work than the idealized version, but it's also, the show argues, more real. Bismuth is part of what makes Steven's love for Rose more accurate, which means in a roundabout way that Bismuth ending up in Lion's Mane was also Rose, however, unintentionally leaving Steven something he'd need. Whether that's a comfort or an additional complication, I leave to you. Let me also spend a bit more time on the specific nature of Bismuth as a character, because I think she gets read primarily through the lens of the moral question the episode raises, the breaking point, the shattering debate, Rose's handling of it. And that sometimes overshadows who she actually is as a person in the show's world. Bismuth made things. That's what she did. That's what she was good at. That's how she contributed to the crystal gems. She didn't fight in the vanguard. She supported the fighters. She knew each of them well enough to understand what they needed from a weapon, and she made things that were extensions of them rather than generic tools. Pearl's spear is precise and elegant. Amethyst's whip is adaptable and unpredictable. Garnet's gauntlets are powerful and direct. Bismuth knew all of them well enough to make those things, which means she understood them well enough to translate who they were into form. That's a specific kind of intelligence and a specific kind of care. It's the care of someone who pays attention to what other people need. And it contrasts interestingly with the breaking point, which is a weapon Bismuth made for a purpose, rather than a person, made from a philosophical position, rather than from understanding a specific gem who needed it. The breaking point is the one thing she made that wasn't shaped around someone's particular way of being in the world. It was shaped around a problem she wanted solved. I don't think that contrast is accidental in the show. Bismuth's best work, the work she's most proud of, the work that shows what she can do, comes from knowing people. The breaking point came from frustration and ideology. And the breaking point is the thing that got her bubbled. There's something in that about the difference between care and principle, about how the most careful people can do their least careful work when they're operating from abstraction rather than relationship. Bismuth, The maker of specific weapons for specific people she loved is not the same Bismuth who made a shattering device because she was angry and strategic and believed she was right. The second Bismuth is still Bismuth. She had her reasons, she wasn't wrong about everything. But she was operating outside the thing she was actually best at. In future, Bismuth is making things again. Armor, tools, structures for little homeworld. The making is back to being about people and places rather than about problems to be solved. And she seems, when we see her, like someone who has found their way back to something they're good at in the most essential sense. There is one more detail about Bismuth's story that feels worth noting. When she came out of the bubble, when Stephen popped it and she reformed and found herself in a world thousands of years after she last remembered being awake, she didn't know. She didn't know how long she'd been in there. She started reconnecting with the crystal gems she'd known, delighted to be back before anyone had the conversation about what the time difference was. And then she found out. And the show doesn't dwell on this moment. It moves quickly through it, as the show tends to do. But there's something in the expression of a person who has just learned that they missed an enormous amount by being unconscious, that the world kept going without them, that the people they knew aged or changed or died, in Rose's case transformed, in the years they were absent. Bismuth was taken out of the story by someone she trusted. She lost thousands of years, and the person who took her out of the story is gone, so she can't even be angry at her directly. She's mostly angry at Stephen when the fight happens, which is not entirely fair, but is very human. Stephen is there, Rose is not, and Stephen is holding the position Rose held. Stephen, to his credit, holds the position anyway, because he thinks it's right. Not because Rose thought so, because he does. And that difference, Stephen making a choice because it's his, not because it's Rose's, is one of the small moments that marks his development as a character throughout the series. He keeps arriving at the same places Rose arrived at, but through his own reasoning, through his own relationships, through his own understanding. He's not his mother. He's someone who has inherited some of her values and is working out what they mean when they're genuinely his. Which brings us to the system that made Rose who she was, and specifically to the top of that system. But before we leave Bismuth entirely, there's a small thing. In future, during the sequence where Stephen begins to lose himself and transform, Bismuth is one of the people present, trying to help. And her attempts to help are very specifically Bismuth's. Physical, direct, forceful. She's trying to do something. Trying to intervene in a concrete way, because that's who she is. She makes things. She shapes things, and what's happening to Stephen isn't something she can shape with her hands. There's a particular quality to Bismuth in that sequence. Someone who is used to being capable, who has spent thousands of years being the one who makes it possible for others to do what needs doing, confronting a situation where making isn't the solution, where presence is, where love is, where letting someone else decide is. She stays, she doesn't fix it, she's there. That's a different kind of contribution than she's used to making, but it turns out to be the right one. White Diamond is the last of the diamonds to properly appear in the show, and there's a reason for that. She's the kind of presence that needs to be built up to. If you put her in the first season, she would flatten everything around her. She needs the weight of everything that came before her to land the way she does. For most of the show, she's a shape behind things. Yellow Diamond appears relatively early. Blue Diamond appears midway through the series. White Diamond is referenced, seen briefly from an enormous distance, glimpsed in murals. She's the origin of the Diamond Authority in a way that even Yellow and Blue seem to defer to. And then, in the final arc of Season 5, you finally get to meet her. She's everything the show has been building toward in terms of the idea of absolute authority encountering something it wasn't designed for. Physically, White Diamond is enormous, far larger than Yellow or Blue, who are already towering. She's entirely white and silver, monochrome, in a show that uses color with enormous intention. Her planet-sized ship is her head. Her physical form, when she finally extends it to interact directly, is perfect in the way that something that has never had any flexibility tends to look perfect. Absolutely still. Absolutely controlled. Every detail exactly as it should be. There's something slightly unnerving about that level of precision in a living thing. Her power, the one that distinguishes her from yellow and blue, who have their own powers, is the ability to override another gem's consciousness. She can, in effect, take control of a gem completely, push their personality out, and replace it with a version of them that follows her will. She does this to Yellow Diamond and Blue Diamond in the Season 5 finale. And watching those two enormous, powerful, complicated beings reduced to silent, blank-eyed instruments of her will is genuinely alarming. Their eyes go white. They speak in voices that are theirs but emptied. They don't resist. There's nothing left to resist with. White Diamond does this, she explains, to remove their flaws. She believes her white light, when shone through a gem, purifies them, removes the imperfections that give them their individual color, their individual personality, their individual ways of being. She sees personality as error. She sees individual expression as noise that corrupts the signal. Her ideal is a world where every gem is exactly what it was made to be, with no deviation, no questioning, no development in any direction she hasn't sanctioned. I am perfect, she says to Stephen, at some point in the confrontation, with a quality that is hard to characterize. It doesn't sound like boasting. It sounds like a statement of fact that she has never had cause to question. This is the most disturbing version of that kind of certainty, not arrogance, which at least acknowledges that other viewpoints exist and dismisses them, but something more prior than that. She doesn't dismiss other viewpoints. She doesn't really perceive them as viewpoints. They're distortions. They're error. She's the standard. There's a theory the show develops cautiously about where the diamonds actually came from and what the relationship between them is. White Diamond says to Stephen in their confrontation, "Pink is the part of me I always had to repress." This line is extraordinary. She's not being metaphorical, or at least the show's mythology supports taking it literally. The possibility that White Diamond, in some origin story the show never fully tells, was once everything. All the colors, all the emotional range, all of it. And the other diamonds are, in effect, aspects she externalized. Yellow is the anger and decisiveness she set aside. Blue is the grief and empathy. Pink was the joy and love and chaos and childhood. And white is what remains when you've stripped all of that out of yourself. Cold, perfect, and utterly alone. This would mean that the entire history of the Gem Empire, all the colonization, all the shattering, all the hierarchy, all the rules, is the project of a being that removed its own capacity for feeling in order to be exactly what it thought it should be, and has been enforcing that same removal on every being under it ever since. That's a particular kind of horror. Not external horror, not a monster coming from outside. The horror of a system that originated in someone deciding that feeling was error, and that decision scaling out across civilizations and millennia and billions of gems, all of whom learn to suppress. All of whom are shaped by the logic that having an inner life that doesn't perfectly align with your assigned function is a flaw. And the show makes this concrete and personal through Pink Diamond, who was, by White's account, the part of her she could never quite manage. The part that kept having feelings, kept being impulsive, kept caring about things it wasn't supposed to care about. Pink was the proof that suppression doesn't work, that the thing you repress doesn't go away. It just goes underground and comes out at inconvenient times in inconvenient ways. Pink's tantrums. Pink's repeated requests to stop the colony. Pink eventually staging her own death and building a whole identity around the thing she'd been told was wrong about her. White Diamond, faced with Stephen, who is Pink's son, who has Pink's gem, who is clearly not Pink but clearly is related to her in every important way, responds by trying to do to Steven what she did to everyone else. She tries to override him. She literally pulls his gemstone out of his body, trying to get at Pink Diamond directly. And it doesn't work. Steven, who is half human, whose consciousness is split between his human body and his gem, doesn't simply collapse when the gem is removed. Both halves come back together. He's still there. He's still himself. And what Steven does with White Diamond is genuinely interesting, and I think underappreciated as a strategy. He doesn't fight her. He can't. Not really. She's enormously powerful and he's a teenager. He doesn't argue ideology at her. He embarrasses her. He makes her laugh. He finds somehow the thing inside her that is still capable of being surprised, still capable of experiencing something she didn't plan for. And he triggers it. Not through cleverness or strategy. Through being so completely, insistently, irreducibly himself that it breaks through. When White Diamond blushes, when that white, perfect, monochrome face flushes pink, she's experiencing something she suppressed so thoroughly she thought it was gone. Something that's still there. Pink doesn't want Pink back, exactly. She wants Steven to be Pink. But what she discovers in that moment is that she still has something in her that can be touched. That the suppression wasn't complete. That the part of herself she excised has persisted in a different form. And that what that form can do, what Steven can do, is not what she expected. The defeat of White Diamond is not a fight. It's Steven making her cry and then making her laugh and then making her understand in some partial and incomplete way that the model of perfection she's been enforcing on the universe is not only unjust but also lonely, and that she's been alone inside it for a very long time. The show doesn't give White Diamond a full redemption. I want to be clear about this, because I think sometimes the way the show's ending plays out can read as more resolved than it is. White Diamond is not a different person at the end of Season 5. She's a person who has had a very significant experience and begun, perhaps, to question something she has never questioned before. She expresses regret. She helps heal the corrupted gems. In future, she's making different choices. She learned how to let others control her form rather than forcing herself into theirs, which she uses as a kind of therapeutic tool, allowing other gems to inhabit her temporarily as a way of building self-worth. That last detail is interesting. White Diamond, who spent her entire existence exerting control over others, learning to give up control, learning to let her body be inhabited rather than using it to inhabit others. It's not a transformation exactly. She's still obviously White Diamond, still enormous, still carries her history in every gesture. But it's a change in direction. A first step. The show asks you to hold this alongside the awareness that millions of gems were shaped, suppressed, shattered, and controlled by the system White Diamond built and ran. She feels regret. The gems who were damaged by it are still dealing with what happened to them. Both things are happening at the same time. The show doesn't resolve this by having White Diamond's changed heart undo all of it. It just lets both things be true simultaneously and trusts you to sit in the discomfort of that. There's a question the show raises but doesn't answer about authority and accountability that I find genuinely interesting, which is, what does accountability look like when the harm is civilization scale? When it's not one bad choice but an entire system of thought and practice, sustained across millennia, with consequences that are still reverberating in the present? What does doing better look like from that scale? The show doesn't know. It doesn't pretend to know. What it does know is that the alternative to trying to do better is continuing the same thing. And it shows you in White Diamond someone who, for the first time in an unimaginably long time, is trying to do something different. It's not satisfying the way that a clean resolution would be, but it might be more honest, since we're in the vicinity of the Diamond Authority in its full form. I want to note something about Yellow Diamond and Blue Diamond specifically, now that we have the full context, because their arcs are sometimes undersung. Yellow Diamond is competent and ruthless and genuinely good at what she does, and every time we see her she's working, managing, commanding, making decisions. When she discovers that the story of Pink Diamond's shattering was false, that Pink is actually alive in a sense, in Steven. Her first response is to resume hostile action toward the crystal gems, because her coping mechanism is control and action and not feeling, and the feeling that's arrived is too large for that mechanism. And then her gem cracks. In the finale, in the fight, Yellow Diamond's gem cracks, not shattered but damaged, and in that damage something happens. Her certainty is interrupted. Her absolute control of herself is interrupted. And what comes through in the cracks is all the feeling she's been managing for thousands of years. It's not pretty, but it's real. And what comes after the cracking when she's healed and the war is over is a Yellow Diamond who is slightly less sealed, who can show up at a healing in someone else's interest and mean it. Blue Diamond is further along this journey, having been processing her grief openly for thousands of years, rather than converting it into productivity. She's sad. And she's been sad. And the particular thing about Blue Diamond's grief is that it came from genuine love. She really did love Pink. She wasn't performing devastation. And that love, which she expressed badly for thousands of years through the zoo, and the preservation of Pink's things and the suffocating of her own court with her own emotional broadcasts, is still love. When it gets a real place to go, when it can go toward Steven, toward healing, toward something that lives rather than something that memorializes. Blue Diamond is capable of something close to grace. She's still Blue Diamond. She's still enormous and powerful and shaped by the same system as everyone else. But she chose differently when it mattered. And in this show, choosing differently is the whole thing. Let me go back to White Diamond for a moment and spend some more time on what the confrontation actually looks like, because I think the specifics of it are worth walking through. Steven arrives on Homeworld through a sequence of events involving him first meeting Blue Diamond, then Yellow Diamond, being placed in Pink Diamond's old room, having flashback dreams about Pink's childhood there, and eventually making his way through the palace. And the encounter with White Diamond is the culmination of all of it. He's been getting glimpses of her the whole time. She's the shape behind everything. And when he finally stands in front of her, she does something that is both physically alarming and thematically clear. She speaks to him as though he is Pink, not as though he might be Pink, or as though he's related to Pink. As though he is Pink in exactly the same way he would be, if Pink had come back in a new form. She calls him Starlight. She uses the pet name she apparently used for Pink since she was young. She speaks to him with a quality that is somewhere between fond and proprietary. And the fondness is real. And the proprietary is also real. And neither of them cancels the other. This is the thing about White Diamond that the show is most precise about. She loves in her way. The love is real. But the form it takes, the love that says, I know what you are and I know what you should be, and my knowing is more reliable than your own experience of yourself, is the most common form that controlling love takes. It doesn't feel like control from the inside. It feels like certainty. It feels like the comfort of someone who has decided they know you well enough to not need to ask you anything. White Diamond had Pink Diamond's full personality available to her in her memories and her model of Pink, and she decided she knew what Pink was and what Pink needed and what Pink should be, and none of that included asking Pink what Pink thought. Decades of that, centuries, is part of what produced the suppression and the explosions and eventually the desperation to escape altogether. Steven tells White Diamond that he is not Pink Diamond. Several times, in various ways. White Diamond doesn't believe him, or rather, she can only process this as Pink being confused, being resistant, playing a game she's played before. The idea that this really is a different person, that Pink is genuinely gone, that the person in front of her is someone new. That's not available to White Diamond's model of the situation. And when she tries to force the issue, when she tries to separate Steven's gemstone from his human body to return him to himself, what she finds is that Steven is not what she expected. He reforms. Both halves come back together. And the thing that White Diamond experiences when Steven refuses to be what she insists he is, when he stands in front of her and is simply, stubbornly, intractably himself, is something she hasn't experienced in a very long time. Surprise. It might sound minor, but surprise. For someone who has organized their entire existence around knowing, around being the one who knows, is enormous. Surprise means the model was wrong. Surprise means there was something the most powerful being in the universe didn't know and couldn't have predicted. And Stephen, who was half human, who came into existence through an act of genuine love that no diamond had ever conceptualized as a possibility, who has been shaped by Beach City and Greg's van and Cookie Cats and 11 years of making friends and learning to exist, Stephen is specifically and irreducibly the one thing that White Diamond's model of reality didn't have a category for. That's why the embarrassment moment works. White Diamond blushes pink, the same pink that she has always had to suppress, that she decided was the part of her that was error, because Stephen makes her laugh. Not by being clever, by being himself, by being entirely at home in who he is, in a situation that should overwhelm him because he's had practice. He's been being himself in overwhelming situations for his entire life. The blush is the crack in the suppression, and it matters. The show's argument, made through the confrontation with White Diamond, is one of the more quietly radical things in it. That the opposite of control is not chaos. It's love. And love, for real love, requires genuine encounter with another person as they actually are, rather than as you've decided they should be. White Diamond never genuinely encountered anyone. She encountered models of them. She encountered her idea of what they were. And she was so certain in her models that she never needed to update them. No one could tell her she was wrong because she could simply override them. Her power made genuine encounter optional. And she chose for a very long time not to have it. Stephen forces the encounter. Not through power. He doesn't have enough to force anything on White Diamond. But through existence. By being there, being real, being unmistakably himself, he makes it impossible for White Diamond to keep relating to a model instead of a person. He is not in the model. He can't be fit into the model. And the experience of someone you can't fit into your model is, if you let it be, the beginning of understanding that the model was never the whole picture. That's true of White Diamond encountering Stephen. It's also true in a smaller and more ordinary way of any relationship where one person has decided they know enough about the other person that they don't need to keep discovering them. The show is not only about cosmic scale authority, it's about the ordinary version of this. The love that controls, the care that suffocates, the knowing that forecloses rather than opens. White Diamond is an extreme version of something that happens at all scales. And Stephen, who spends the original series being the son of someone who managed people rather than trusting them, and who is becoming something different, who is the argument that you can know where you come from and choose a different way of being, is the right person to make that argument to White Diamond. Not because he's special in the way a chosen hero is special, but because he's himself. And being yourself fully in front of someone who has been told that who they are is wrong, that's the thing. It's the Crystal Gem's first act. It's what Garnet's entire existence says. It's what Bismuth's forge built toward. It's what the rebellion was for. And it's what Stephen, standing in White Diamond's palace, offers. Not argument, not force, just the irreducible fact of a person being a person. That's a love story, in a way. Not a romantic one, but a love story. Steven Universe Future begins with everything resolved. The corrupted gems are healed. The war is over. Little Homeworld is under construction. A place on Earth where gems from Homeworld can come to learn to live differently, to find out who they are outside of their assigned functions, to experiment with the kind of personhood that the Diamond Authority system never allowed for. Stephen is 16. He's guiding gems through Little Homeschool. He's doing good in a clear and measurable way. In an era of hope, he should be fine. He is not fine. The first episodes of Future are bright and light in a way that is doing the same kind of work the early original series episodes did, establishing warmth before complication. Stephen moves through his days with his characteristic enthusiasm. He helps gems adapt. He does the things that Stephen does. And if you watch him very carefully, you start to notice something off in the calibration. A sort of over-helpfulness. A quality of someone whose sense of purpose is slightly desperate rather than straightforwardly joyful. He needs to be needed. And in the era of peace, the need for him is much less dramatic than it used to be. The crystal gems don't need him to save the world. Garnet and pearl and amethyst are engaged and functional and have their own things going on. Greg and Connie are both transitioning. Greg has more time, more stability. Connie is moving toward a future of her own, applying to colleges, building a life that has a shape she's choosing rather than a shape the war determined. Everything is more normal. And normal, as it turns out, is something Stephen doesn't know how to be. He's been trained by circumstance to respond to crises. His whole emotional architecture was built in the context of emergency, of always being the person who comes in and helps, who figures out the solution, who makes things better. Without the emergency, he doesn't have a structure. And without the structure, what's underneath starts to show. There's an episode in the early part of Future where Stephen's skin turns pink involuntarily during an emotional moment. Not intentionally, not as a power-up, not in a way he can control. It just happens. His gem glows pink, his body changes, and then it stops. He doesn't tell anyone. And then it happens again. And again. He starts waking up glowing. He develops what appears to be an allergic reaction, pink speckles appearing on his arms, that he cannot explain and that Dr. Maheswaran looks at with the expression of someone connecting dots. In the episode Growing Pains, she runs tests, and what she finds is that Stephen's skeleton has been broken and healed many times, multiple fractures, miraculous recoveries. His physical body carries the record of everything it's been through. She uses the term adverse childhood experiences. ACEs. Adverse childhood experiences is a real clinical concept in trauma research, referring to the ways that difficult experiences in childhood affect development and well-being across a person's life. She explains to Stephen that his body may be responding to present stress as though it were life-threatening, because he's spent so many years in actual life-threatening situations that his nervous system has been calibrated accordingly. And then she asks if he remembers anything bad from his childhood. Stephen starts listing things. His favorite ice cream was discontinued. Then he was attacked by a corrupted gem. Then he almost drowned. Then he nearly aged to death. Then his best friend was in danger. Then his dad was kidnapped. Then he was interrogated by a diamond. Then a friend died temporarily. Then he was imprisoned on another planet. Then he nearly had his gem ripped out by the most powerful being in the universe. He says, that's just the early stuff. Dr. Maheswaran's expression during this sequence is one of the show's most precisely calibrated moments. She's a doctor. She deals with difficult information professionally. And she's also Connie's mom. And she knows Stephen. And she's watching him list his childhood traumas with the tone of someone recounting a mildly eventful history, and she cannot quite maintain her composure. What the Growing Pains episode does, and what Future does more broadly, is introduce the clinical language that makes Stephen's experience legible in a real-world framework. PTSD, adverse childhood experiences. The way early trauma affects the nervous system. The way bodies remember things that minds have moved on from. This is not invented for a cartoon. This is documented. And the show presents it through a character who is a medical professional and who explains it in terms that children watching can understand, while also being precise enough that adults watching recognize it as accurate. Stephen has PTSD. He has it in the specific way that comes from spending your childhood in repeated, life-threatening situations. From never being sure when the next emergency would arrive. From having your sense of safety disrupted so thoroughly and so early that safety without crisis doesn't feel normal. It feels like waiting. And the specific complications of his version of it are shaped by his history in particular ways. He was always the one who helped, always the one who made things better. His identity, his sense of what he was worth, what he was for, was organized around being useful to others. So when his symptoms start affecting the people around him, when his instability makes him dangerous rather than helpful, it's not just frightening, it's identity threatening. It tells him that the thing he thought made him good is now the thing making him harmful. That's a specific spiral, and the show traces it with care. There are episodes in future where Steven makes things worse than they would have been without his intervention. The volleyball episode, where he tries to heal Pink Pearl and can't, and then erupts in a moment of exactly the kind of emotional explosion that Pink Diamond had, that caused the damage in the first place, is the sharpest of these. He doesn't mean to. The moment he realizes what he's done, the moment his face reflects the understanding that he just channeled the thing he was most afraid of being, is one of the hardest things in the show. The parallel with Pink Diamond is the point. The show has been building to it. Steven, who grew up not knowing who his mother was, who spent years revising his understanding of her, who inherited both her capacity for enormous love and her tendency to suppress enormous feeling, is becoming her in the moments where he least wants to. Not in the way of a villain, in the way of a person who absorbed patterns they didn't choose and who is discovering them in themselves at the worst possible moments. The arc toward the finale, where Steven fully corrupts, transforms, becomes a creature of his own unprocessed grief, is the show following the logic of its own thematic work to its conclusion. Pink Diamond lost herself when she couldn't process what she was carrying. The gems at the end of the Gem War lost themselves when the corrupting light tore through them. And Steven, the son of Pink Diamond, the crystal gem who grew up in the long aftermath of all of it, eventually loses himself too. Not to an outside force, to what's inside. The corruption sequence in I Am My Monster is the show at its most visually extreme. Steven is enormous. He's not thinking. He's entirely instinct and feeling and grief and something that the show can only represent through a monster's body, because that's what being entirely inside your own overwhelming emotion looks like from the outside. He's not dangerous because he's evil. He's dangerous because he's in pain and can't reach the part of himself that knows he's in pain. And what saves him is not a weapon, not a strategy, not a special power anyone had that could overcome his. It's everyone he loves, standing in front of him and being devastated. It's the crystal gems crying. It's Greg. It's Connie. It's Spinell. It's the visible, undefended love of the people who know him, directed at him without agenda, without trying to change him or stop him or defeat him, just being there, showing him that they love him, in the hope that somewhere in the monster, that's still the part of him that can feel that. And it is. He comes back. He remembers. He sees them seeing him. The healing is emotional rather than magical, which is, if you think about it, the show's argument about healing all along. The corrupted gems were healed by the combined power of the diamonds, but what made the healing available was the emotional willingness to be there and to try. Steven's parents and friends and the crystal gems healed him not by fixing something in his gemstone, but by showing up for him in the way he'd spent his whole life showing up for everyone else. And then, and this is the most important thing, Steven gets in a car and goes to therapy. The show ends with him driving away, not with a resolved Steven who has processed everything and is ready to be entirely okay. With a Steven who has acknowledged that he needs more help than his family can give him, that there are professional tools for what he's carrying, that seeking help is the appropriate thing to do. He says goodbye to the crystal gems and to Greg and to Beach City. He doesn't know when he'll be back. For a show that has spent 5 seasons and a limited series being about people in extraordinary circumstances doing extraordinary things, the ending is thoroughly ordinary. The hero drives away to see a therapist. No battle, no magic. Just someone who knows they need help, choosing to get it. That's the right ending. I think about it often, and what the ending does retroactively to everything before it is interesting. Because you can read the original series, Steven, always helpful, always upbeat, always the one who makes things better, differently with the ending in mind. All of that is real, and it's also always been partially a performance of okayness in a person who was not fully okay. The ice cream enthusiasm, the relentless positivity, the way he'd process a genuinely terrible event and almost immediately be ready to move forward. You can see, in retrospect, how hard it was, how much he was managing, how much he needed help that no one around him quite knew how to give, because they were all, in their various ways, also managing. They loved him, deeply and genuinely, and they didn't know what they didn't know, which includes for a long time that Stephen didn't know either. Future is a season of television about the hard part. The part after the happy ending, when the adrenaline has worn off and you're left with the accumulated weight of everything that happened. And you have to figure out what to do with that in ordinary time. It's the part most stories skip. Steven Universe didn't skip it. Let me talk a bit more about some specific episodes in Future, because there are a handful of them that do particularly interesting things with the show's themes. Volleyball, we've touched on, but it's worth spending more time with. Pink Pearl, the original Pearl, the one who was there for Pink Diamond's entire Diamond period life, the one with the cracked eye, is in Future, at Little Homeschool. She's referred to as Volleyball, partly to distinguish her from the Crystal Gems Pearl, and partly because she plays volleyball at Little Homeschool. And it's the kind of gentle nickname that fits her current context. She's clearly trying to be okay. She's clearly finding ways to be present and functional. Stephen tries to heal the eye with his tears. They don't work. And the thing that happens in the episode is that Pearl, the Crystal Gems Pearl, who also loved Rose, who also carries a complicated and imperfectly processed relationship to what Rose was, and Volleyball end up having a conversation about Pink Diamond that neither of them has had before. Volleyball makes excuses for Pink. Pearl, who has spent years doing the same, hears herself in Volleyball and is not entirely comfortable with what she hears. There's a moment where Volleyball says something like she just had too much to express, and Pearl, who has never been able to say this to anyone who has kept everything about Rose carefully, says something that sounds almost involuntarily honest. She wasn't always good. And the two of them sit with that. Not fighting it, not defending Pink, not making the excuses they've both been making for different reasons, for thousands of years. Just acknowledging it. And the healing, which Stephen was unable to do through his powers, happens partly through that acknowledgement. Not completely. The eye doesn't fully heal. Some damage is permanent, but something shifts. The show is precise about the difference between healing that fixes things and healing that makes them more livable. Together Forever is worth mentioning because it's one of the more uncomfortable episodes in Future, and it involves something Stephen does that is, by any reasonable measure, not a good idea. He proposes to Connie, not because their relationship has reached a natural point where that's the next thing. They're 16. And they've been navigating a long-distance situation because Connie is at boarding school. He proposes because he's panicking, because Connie is moving forward with a life that has a shape, and he doesn't know what his life's shape is, and if they're together, and she's his world, then he has an answer. Connie says no. She says it kindly and clearly, and she explains why. She wants them to be together, and she also wants them both to have their own lives, their own directions, their own paths. She doesn't want to be Stephen's answer to the question of what he is. She wants them to grow together and also separately. Stephen's response to this, the pink skin appearing, the instability, the subsequent episode, is the show directly connecting Connie's rejection of his panic proposal to the activation of his trauma response. Dr. Maheswaran's diagnosis happens in the episode immediately following this. Stephen's body is treating Connie, saying, not now, not like this, as a life-threatening event, because his nervous system has been calibrated in conditions where love and safety and survival were all entwined, and he can't separate them. This is the show doing something quite sophisticated with the relationship between attachment and trauma. The way that someone who grew up with intermittent safety and constant emergency might come to experience ordinary relational disappointment as crisis level threat. It's not making Steven pathetic or weak. It's showing what that calibration looks like in a specific person, with specific history navigating a specific situation. Connie is, throughout Future, one of the clearest sighted characters in the show. She loves Steven. She also sees him clearly. She sees that he's in trouble before he fully sees it himself, and she's honest with him in ways that are loving and also difficult. The show treats Connie's clarity as a form of care rather than a form of harshness. You can love someone and refuse to be their crutch. You can love someone and hold your own ground. Both of those things together are more real than either alone. There's also the episode Bismuth Casual, which is lighter. Steven takes a group of gems to a roller rink in Beach City as a way of helping them integrate, and it's largely charming. But that contains a small, significant moment where Steven tries to mediate a conflict between two gems and finds that he can't. They don't need his help. They work it out on their own, and Steven, who has spent his entire existence being useful, has no idea what to do with the feeling of being unnecessary in a situation he would previously have been central to. The show doesn't make this a big moment. It passes through it lightly, but it's doing the work. It's establishing, in the accumulation of these small moments, that Steven's entire framework for understanding his own worth is contingent on other people needing him. And the work of Future is partly the work of undoing that framework. Learning that worth is not contingent on usefulness. Learning that you can exist in a situation you don't have to fix. That's arguably the most fundamental thing Steven has to learn in Future. And it's the last lesson. Not the cosmic battle, not the diamond confrontation, not even the corruption and the recovery. The very last thing he has to learn is you can just be here. You don't have to earn it. The car driving away at the end toward therapy, toward an ordinary life, toward the possibility of being Steven without a mission, that's the destination. And the whole show, from the cookie cat to the breaking point to the falling diamonds to the corrupted gems return, has been the long road to that moment of ordinary peace. One more thing about Future, which is worth saying before we move on. The show's relationship to mental health language and how it handles the territory between being accurate and being accessible. The show introduces clinical terms, PTSD, adverse childhood experiences, trauma response, through Dr. Maheswaran, who is a doctor and who is using language that belongs to her profession and context. It doesn't have characters throwing the terms around casually. It places them where they fit. In a clinical consultation spoken by someone who has the right to use them and who is doing so in the service of helping rather than labeling. This is a choice, and it's the right one. There's a version of Future that would have Steven or the Crystal Gem start explaining his PTSD to each other in ways that feel like public health messaging. Steven Universe doesn't do that. It shows you what it looks like. It gives you the language when it's appropriate. And it trusts you to make the connection between what you're seeing and what you might know, from your own life or the lives of people you care about. The show has always trusted its audience. From the very beginning, from hiding backstory and background details, from planting seeds that paid off 3 seasons later, from presenting Gem Society's horrors without explanation and trusting you to understand what you were seeing. Steven Universe has treated its viewers as people who can handle complexity and who will do the work if the work is available to do. Future extends that trust to the territory of mental health. It doesn't simplify it. It doesn't resolve it neatly. It shows it in all its mundane and overwhelming specificity and trusts you to recognize it. That's part of what makes the show get darker as you revisit it. Not just that you see more in the details, but that you bring more to it. The first time you watch Future, you might not have the frame for what you're seeing in Steven. The second time, maybe you do. And the second time, Steven's attempts to help everyone, his relentless cheerfulness, his inability to say, I'm not okay, all of it looks different. It looks exhausting. It looks like someone working very hard to not be what he is. And it was. The whole time. He was working very hard. And the show was patient enough to wait until you were ready to see it. Steven Universe is a musical. Not in the slightly metaphorical sense that some shows are described as musicals, because they have good soundtracks, but in the fully literal sense The show regularly has characters stop the narrative and sing in the direct musical theater tradition, and the songs do the work that the dialogue either can't or won't. Rebecca Sugar has talked about the influence of musical theater on the show, and you can hear it in the structure. The way songs arrive at moments of emotional peak. The way lyrics function as both character exposition and thematic statement. The way the music itself is doing a kind of argument that the plot makes more slowly. She wrote most of them. Not all, several other composers and writers contributed, but enough that the musical voice of the show is substantially hers. And she wrote them knowing the full arc of the story before much of the show's audience knew anything beyond the early seasons, which means songs that appear in season 1 can carry emotional weight that only becomes clear in season 4. The music is ahead of the story, sometimes by years. Let's go through some of the most important ones. Do It For Her, Him is the song Pearl sings to Connie while training her. Connie is learning to fight, a choice she's made deliberately, and with her eyes open because she wants to be able to help because she doesn't want to be the person who needs protecting. Pearl trains her. And the song she sings during the training is a lesson and also an inadvertent portrait of Pearl herself. Be the one to stand up and show them a do it for her. The her in question at the surface level, Steven. Pearl is teaching Connie to fight for Steven. But Pearl is also a person whose entire sense of purpose was built around doing things for someone else. She fought in the rebellion for Rose. She trained Steven for something that had originally been organized around Rose, and now she's training Connie with a song about fighting for someone you love. Pearl's love language is fighting for others. It's what she was taught to do, and what she learned to choose, and what she still defaults to, even when she's trying to help someone else become independent. The song is beautiful, and it's also, quietly, the show showing you Pearl's wound through the thing she's trying to teach. It's over, isn't it, is Pearl alone, after the revelation that Rose loved Greg. It comes toward the end of a bottle episode on a rooftop in Empire City, just Pearl, and a city that doesn't know her at all. And the song is about loss in the specific way that loss is when you've been holding it for a very long time and haven't had a place to put it. The melody is gorgeous. Rebecca Sugar has talked about how the show used music in the style of classic Hollywood ballads for Pearl, and this is the clearest expression of that. The lyrics move through grief and the absence of grieving language. How do I move on without her? Without her, who am I? The specific thing the song does that the dialogue around it doesn't quite do is locate exactly what Pearl has been carrying. She doesn't just miss Rose. She doesn't know who she is without Rose. Those are different problems with different weights. And It's Over, Isn't It, is specifically about the second one. About the terror of being the person you were, in relation to someone who no longer exists, and having no idea what you are outside of that relation. The song is more precise about Pearl's interior life than anything she says directly for several seasons. Here Comes a Thought is the mindfulness song. It comes in mindful education, and it's performed by Garnet and Estelle, alongside Steven and AJ Michalka, and it's doing something genuinely unusual in children's television, presenting an evidence-based technique for managing intrusive thoughts in a context that makes it immediately accessible and emotionally resonant. The technique it describes: acknowledge the thought, name it, watch it without acting on it, return to the present, is recognizable as a component of mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, which is an actual clinical approach used for anxiety and depression. The show wraps this in a visual language of leaves falling and butterflies and soft light, and it makes the technique feel warm and possible rather than clinical and distant. In the context, Stevani having an anxiety episode during a fused lesson, the anxiety arising from things Connie hasn't processed about a difficult situation at school, grounds the abstract technique in something specific. What makes the song dark on a rewatch now that you know how Future ends is that Steven can't quite do it. He manages the immediate moment, but there's something he won't look at. The song teaches you to look at the thought and let it pass. And somewhere in Steven, there's a thought, a collection of thoughts, that he is not looking at. He sidesteps it here, and you can see him do it. The technique is available, he uses part of it, and the part he doesn't use is the part he'll need most in future. Stronger Than You is Garnet's song in the Jailbreak finale, and we've talked about it in the Garnet section, but it's worth revisiting briefly here for what it does musically. The arrangement is a pop rock track with a full beat, the kind of music that is easy to play loudly in a car and feel good about. It's catchy, it's propulsive, it's designed to feel like a power anthem, and the lyrics are, "I am made of love, and it's stronger than you." The contrast between the genre, triumph, strength, victory, and the specific content of the lyric, "I am made of love," is doing something smart. It's saying, these are not opposites. Being made of love is the strength, not despite everything, but because of it. Ruby and Sapphire survived thousands of years of being told they shouldn't exist. And they're still here. And they're fighting. And the thing they're fighting with is the thing they were told was weakness. That's the song. What Can I Do For You is a song from early season 2 in the episode Story for Steven, which is a flashback to how Rose and Greg met. The show presents it as a cheerful romantic song in a flashback context, Greg performing for Rose. Rose being enchanted. A love story beginning. And it is those things. It's also retroactively slightly uncomfortable. Greg is singing about doing things for Rose, about being whatever she needs, about making himself available for whatever she wants to do with him. And Rose, who loves Greg genuinely and who also has a complicated history of loving people in ways that involve a certain amount of managing them, receives this with delight. On a first watch, it's sweet. On a rewatch, knowing what you know about Rose's pattern of organizing people around her needs, you notice the dynamic differently. It doesn't make the love less real, but it makes you aware of how that love was structured from the beginning. Change Your Mind is the finale song of the original series. It plays through the final confrontation with White Diamond and the healing of the corrupted gem, and it's the thesis of the entire show put to music. The song moves through the experience of being told who you are by someone else, the exhaustion of performing a self that doesn't fit, the moment of refusing it, the terror of that refusal, and then the impossible and necessary choice to be yourself anyway, whatever the cost. I find it almost impossible to listen to it without thinking about the whole show simultaneously. Every character who ever had their identity assigned, every moment of someone choosing themselves anyway. It's the kind of song that earns its place by being the destination of everything before it. Won't You Change Your Mind? Addressed to White Diamond, and to everyone who has ever been told they need to be different. And to the listener at 2 in the morning who is probably also carrying something they were told to be. Don't you think it's time to let it go? That old idea of who we were. And did you always feel this way underneath it all? We just have to change your mind. Won't you change your mind? The we in We Just Have to Change Your Mind is interesting. It's addressed to White Diamond, but it's also addressed to every character in the show who has been told by someone or something, by Homeworld, by the war's history, by the way they were made, by loss and grief and the long wait of everything, who they are and who they should be. The song is asking all of them, including Steven, to let go of the version of themselves that someone else defined, to find the self underneath that definition, to change or allow change. It's Steven's song, and it's Rose's song, and it's Pearl's song, and it's Garnet's song, and it's Lapis's song, and it's every Crystal Gem's song. The show has been building toward it for 5 seasons, and it's beautiful. And it's also, when you know the whole story, slightly heartbreaking, because you know that changing your mind genuinely, fundamentally, at the level of who you believe yourself to be, is the work of a lifetime, and not everyone gets there. Other Friends from the movie is Spinell's villain song, and it's worth talking about separately because it does something the other songs don't quite do. It's a comedy song. Spinell is an elastic rubber hose character. She bounces around and stretches in ways that are visually funny. The song is upbeat and fast and structured like a number from an older style of cartoon. And the content is, I've been waiting for 6,000 years and I've been replaced and I want to die. I'm paraphrasing, but not by much. The dissonance between the musical style and the emotional content is not an accident. It's the show presenting Spinell's pain through the form that Spinell was built for. Entertainment, performance, comedy. And asking you to notice that the performance is covering something. The smile is covering something. The bouncing and the jokes and the physical gags are covering 6,000 years of standing still in a garden waiting for someone who was never coming back. Spinell was made to entertain. She's performing her grief in the style she was made for. And if you're paying attention, that's devastating. The music in Steven Universe is the show's most direct emotional channel, I think. The dialogue can be guarded, can hold things back, can reveal through implication and inference. The songs don't have the same guard on them. They say the things directly in music that makes the directness feel possible. And because they say things directly, they're the place where the show most clearly tells you what it's about. Rebecca Sugar, writing songs for characters she loved, for a story she'd planned carefully, in a genre that demands emotional honesty at volume. She put everything in there. And it's still in there every time you watch. Let me keep going through some of the other songs that get under your skin specifically on a rewatch. Strong in the Real Way is an early series number that sounds straightforward and is not. It's from the episode Coach Steven, where Pearl is uncomfortable with Sugilite. The fusion of garnet and amethyst, staying fused for too long. The song is ostensibly about Pearl's belief in inner strength versus the brute force of Sugilite's physical power. She's singing to Steven, explaining that you can be strong without being enormous. But if you listen to it knowing Pearl's history, knowing what Pearls were made to be, knowing that every act of Pearl fighting is Pearl doing the thing she wasn't supposed to do, knowing that Pearl organized her entire identity around the physical and moral strength of someone else. The song has a layer. Pearl is also singing about herself. She wants Steven to believe in inner strength because she needs inner strength to be enough. She needs being smart and precise and devoted to count as strength because it's what she has. The physical power of a Sugilite isn't available to her in the same way. And the song is partly Pearl making the case that what she has is sufficient. It's not villainous, it's not even entirely wrong, but it's personal in a way the episode doesn't entirely surface. Full disclosure is a season 2 opener where Steven, newly returned from a traumatic space adventure, decides not to tell Connie what happened. He's trying to process it. He's trying to protect her. He doesn't want her to have to carry what he's carrying. And the song is him listing reasons. Not telling her feels easier. Not telling her protects her. Not telling her is a form of love. The show is very clear that this is wrong. Not maliciously wrong, not wickedly wrong, but wrong in the specific way that keeping things from people you love is wrong. It denies them the chance to be there for you. It prioritizes your comfort over their ability to make informed choices. It starts the pattern of managing rather than trusting. Steven tells Connie everything by the end of the episode. The song is his working through the temptation to not. On a rewatch, knowing Rose's patterns, knowing that Rose managed people rather than trusting them, that she kept things from everyone, that Pearl held a secret for thousands of years because Rose decided it was better that way. Full disclosure is Steven almost becoming his mother in a very small, low-stakes way, and deciding not to. That's a choice the show gives him, quietly, early on. He almost does the thing she did. He doesn't. And it matters. It matters that he makes a different choice even before he knows enough about Rose to understand what choosing differently means. Giant Woman is the first fusion song, Steven wanting Opal, Pearl, and Amethyst's fusion to form, singing about how much he wants to see them as a giant woman. It's charming and a bit silly and one of the earliest songs in the show. And revisiting it after you know everything is interesting because you can hear in Steven's enthusiasm something that the show only later contextualizes. Fusion is one of the things that delights him most, the literal physical fact of people becoming more together than apart. And his delight in it is genuine and uncomplicated in a way that almost no one else in his world shares. The crystal gems have complicated relationships to fusion. Garnet is fusion. Pearl's experience of fusion is tangled up with her relationship to Rose. Amethyst has her own complications. And Stephen is just delighted. He wants people to be together. He wants connection to be possible. He wants fusion to happen. It's the thing that the show will eventually call his mother's truest gift to the world. The belief that different kinds of people can combine into something new, and that what they combine into is beautiful and worth protecting. He knew that before he knew anything else about the mythology. He sang about it in Season 1. We Are the Crystal Gems, the show's theme song, gets an extended version in Season 5 as part of the episode Your Mother and Mine, where Garnet tells the crystal gems' history to the off-color gems. The extended version includes new verses about specific crystal gems, about what they stood for, about the war. And what's interesting is that this extended version exists in a season where the show has already complicated the crystal gems significantly, where Rose's history is partially revealed, where the easy heroism of the original theme has been interrogated. The show puts the triumphant extended theme song in the middle of its most complicated season, and the combination of those two things is, if you're paying attention, the show being honest about contradiction. The crystal gems were heroes. The crystal gems were also complicated. Both are true. The theme song is still theirs. And then there's Both of You from the movie, which is Stephen's song to Pearl and Greg, convincing them to stop arguing over whose relationship with Spinel is more legitimate, and to just both take care of her. The song is simple and warm, and is about the thing that Stephen has always been about. The extension of care beyond what's convenient, the belief that love isn't a finite resource that depletes when shared, the insistence that people can be loved by multiple people for different reasons, and this is a good thing, rather than a competition. It's a small song. It's not one of the most celebrated. But it's Stephen, at his most himself, doing the thing he does best, pointing at the possibility of connection and asking people to choose it. That's his power, not the gem-based powers, though those matter too. The actual power, the one that changes white diamond and heals corrupted gems and saves the world as many times as it gets saved, is the specific way Stephen sees possibility in a relationship and acts on what he sees. He gets that from Rose partly. He gets it from Greg partly. And he's also, after everything, someone who came to it himself, through thousands of small choices to reach toward people rather than away from them. The music is where the show says this most clearly, where it lets itself be the fullest version of what it is, emotional, direct, beautiful, and true. And one more song, which I haven't mentioned, and which I think is one of the most quietly perfect things in the show, I Could Never Be Ready, from the episode where Stephen and Connie both prepare for possibly the last battle of the war, and Stephen sings about what it means to be facing something enormous, knowing you can never be entirely prepared for it. I could never be ready. It's always too soon to love someone completely or say your last goodbyes. The song is about Stephen, specifically, and the particular weight of being 16 and carrying everything he's carrying and knowing that readiness isn't a place you arrive at. It's a decision you make anyway. It's one of the most honest things the show says about courage. Not that courageous people are unafraid or fully prepared or certain of the outcome, but that they go forward in the uncertainty, imperfectly. Because the alternative is not going, and not going has its own costs. Stephen goes. He was always going to go. But knowing that he had to choose to, that readiness wasn't a state he'd ever achieve. That choice, made imperfectly and with full knowledge of its difficulty, is the thing. It always is. We've covered a lot of ground tonight. A beach town in Oregon where a small boy and 3 alien rock women protect humanity from magical threats. A caste system built on planetary consumption. A diamond who faked her own death because she couldn't get what she wanted any other way. A woman imprisoned in a mirror for 5,000 years who turned out to control the ocean. Thousands of broken minds in bubbles in a cave. A forbidden love story told as a birthday gift. A blacksmith who was erased from history for disagreeing with her leader. the being at the top of the whole system, who removed her own capacity to feel in order to be perfect, and who hadn't understood until a 16-year-old made her laugh that she'd been alone inside that perfection all along, and a boy who saved the world and then had to learn, harder and more slowly, that saving the world wasn't the same as being okay. That's a lot. I know it's a lot. But it's also, at its core, a story about a very few things. Love as labor. The work it takes to choose connection, every day, in a world that keeps providing reasons not to. Garnet has been doing that work for 6,000 years, in a form that the world she came from considers an aberration, and she keeps choosing it. Healing as a process rather than an event. Lapis took thousands of years of captivity and turned it into control, and then had to learn what it looked like to neither be controlled nor control. Pearl spent thousands of years as an extension of someone else's will and is still slowly learning to be Pearl. Stephen drove away in a car toward a therapist, and the show lets that be enough because it's the most honest ending available. The gap between who you were told you are and who you choose to be. Amethyst came out of a kindergarten designed to produce soldiers and decided she was funny instead. And she's right. Bismuth made weapons her whole life, and in Little Homeworld makes things that aren't for fighting. The off-colors hide in an abandoned kindergarten and build a family out of being unwanted. And the particular question of inheritance, of what you do when you've been handed someone else's history. Stephen inherits his mother's gem, her connections, her position at the center of consequences she set in motion, her patterns of suppression and enormous feeling, her tendency to love people in ways that don't ask what they need. He spends the original series working through the consequences. He spends future working through himself. And somewhere on a highway, driving toward a city he's never lived in, he's beginning to find out who he is without any of that as a framework. Just Stephen. Just a person. It's the beginning of something. Now let me say something about what changes when you rewatch Steven Universe, because I've been gesturing at it throughout, and I want to try to say it more directly. The first time you watch the show, you're experiencing the story. You find out what happened. You discover the revelations. Rose is Pink Diamond, Garnet is a fusion, Bismuth is in the lion, Lapis was in the mirror. The corrupted gems can feel as they arrive, in the order the show designed. You have the experience of not knowing and then knowing. That's one kind of watching, and it's a good one. The show is excellent at making its reveals land. The second time, you're not experiencing the story, you're watching the characters. And watching the characters when you already know what they know and what they don't know, and what they'll find out, and what it will cost them, that's completely different. The warmth of the early seasons doesn't disappear, but it becomes poignant in a specific way that the word bittersweet almost gets at. Except bittersweet suggests roughly equal parts, and it's not quite that. It's more like the warmth is brighter because you know what's coming. The joy is sharper because you know it's temporary. Every moment Stephen is happy in the early seasons, you're aware that he's happy in a context he doesn't yet understand, and that understanding, it will cost him. That's not a sad experience exactly. But it's not the same as just watching a cartoon either. It's watching something that you have a complicated relationship to, where your knowledge of the whole changes what any individual part feels like. And then there's the third time, and the fourth, and the fifth. And at some point you stop counting and you just come back to it when you need to. And you find a different thing each time depending on what you're bringing. I find personally that what I bring changes the show more than the show changes itself. The show is the same. The scenes are the same. What shifts is which things I'm ready to see, which themes resonate, which characters feel most present, which pieces of emotional information land where I am right now, rather than where I was the last time. Some rewatches I'm most with Garnet. Something about the sustained daily choice to be what you are, regardless of what anyone told you should be. That's what I need sometimes. Some rewatches I'm most with Bismuth. The thing about working well in service of people you love, and the thing about disagreeing with someone you love and doing it honestly rather than suppressing it, and the thing about the systems around you having the power to make you absent even when you're present. Some rewatches I'm with Lapis, in the ocean, managing. And some rewatches I'm just with Stephen. Watching him be cheerful in season 1, watching him not know what's ahead, watching him be full of love in a world that keeps throwing complicated things at him, and keep being full of love anyway. That's the thing I come back to most, I think. Not the complexity, not the darkness, the love. Because that's what the show is at its foundation. Everything else, the lore, the mythology, the emotional architecture, the careful construction of damaged and recovering and complicated people, is built on the foundation of a boy who loves things, who finds a caterpillar in a garden and is delighted, who eats snacks with enthusiasm, who cries at movies, who wants very badly for everyone around him to be okay, and who spends most of the show discovering that wanting it isn't enough, and who drives away at the end knowing that and choosing to keep going anyway. Rebecca Sugar made something that takes the form of a children's cartoon and actually is one, a real one, warm and funny and full of bright colors and memorable songs. Something that 11-year-olds can love for exactly what it looks like. And it's also something else for the people who come back to it. A precise and compassionate account of what it costs to love, to heal, to be formed by damage and choose your way forward from it. The show gets darker every time you revisit it. That's true. And it also gets more beautiful. The two things are not opposed. The darkness is part of the beauty. The difficulty is what makes the warmth earn itself. You already knew this, probably. People who watch sleep content about animated shows at whatever time you're watching this, you already know that the things that matter most are the things that have layers. That simplicity is sometimes lovely and sometimes insufficient. That the show that got under your skin and stayed there got under there because it had something real in it, and real things have weight, and weight goes both ways. Some of you are probably asleep, which is perfect. That's what this is for, in part. Something to have on while you rest. Something that moves gently through things that are interesting and real and occasionally heavy without demanding that you stay present and attentive. You can let it wash. You can catch pieces of it. The sections are modular. You can fall asleep somewhere in the middle and it will still have been time well spent. And if you're still awake, if it's later than you meant it to be and you've been lying in the dark listening to all of this, I hope it's given you something worth having. Some piece of why the show works the way it works, or why the character you love is the way they are, or just the quiet pleasure of spending a few hours with things that matter. Steven Universe was made with enormous care by people who loved it. That care is still in it. Every time you watch, it's still in there, unchanged. Sleep well. And remember, love is made of something, and what it's made of is stronger than most things that will ever try to argue with it. Actually, before we finish entirely, I want to spend a few more minutes on the show's relationship to its own mythology, because I think there's something in that relationship that hasn't quite been said yet. Steven Universe trusts incompleteness. This is rarer than it sounds. A lot of shows that build out large mythologies feel the need to answer every question they raise, to tie every thread, to account for every implication. Steven Universe doesn't do this. There are things in the show that are planted and not resolved. There are questions the lore raises and doesn't fully answer. There are implications the show identifies and then leaves present but unaddressed. The human zoo. What actually happened to all the humans who've lived there across thousands of years? The show doesn't say. The full origin of the Diamond Authority. Where did White Diamond come from? What was before the Gem Empire? What does it mean that she might be the source of everything? The show gestures at it and moves on. The exact nature of Lion, and why Rose gave him his powers, and what the connection between Lion and Lara's means in the full cosmological picture. The show knows more than it tells you, and this creates a particular quality in the experience of being a fan of this show, which is that there's always the sense that there's more. Not in the sense of frustrating incompletion. The show is complete. The emotional arcs resolve. The main characters find their ways forward. The corrupted gems are healed. The war is over. Steven gets in the car. But in the sense that the world is larger than the story, and the story was always in a world that has depths the camera didn't reach. That's good craft. A story that feels like it exists inside a world, rather than a story that is the world. The details exceed what's needed. the implications exceed what's explicitly stated. The history is older and larger than the frame can hold. You feel it in the background of scenes set on Homeworld, where the architecture implies a civilization with its own internal logic that you're only ever seeing pieces of. You feel it in the war's history, which is told in fragments across the series and which never fully assembles into a single, clean account. You feel it in the individual histories of characters who appear briefly, who have their own stories the show doesn't have time for. The show made choices about what to tell, and the choices are good ones. But the fact that there are choices, that there are things it decided not to tell, gives you permission to keep wondering, to come back, to watch again and notice another implication that was always there. That's the quality of the best kinds of things, the ones that continue to yield something new, that have productive depth rather than just surface. Not because the surface isn't good, the surface is excellent, but the depth is there for when you're ready. And the depth is the thing that gets darker. The surface is the thing that stays warm. Both of them are real, and the show is the combination of both. And it's been waiting patiently for as long as you needed to be ready for whichever layer you're at. If you've been with me this whole time, thank you, genuinely. This has been a very long visit to a show I find genuinely remarkable, and having the company of people who care about it is the thing that makes spending this kind of time on it feel worthwhile. And if you've just arrived, still drowsy, picking up a fragment of something about a pearl in an ocean or a diamond in a garden, welcome. The full picture is there if you want it. But the fragments are enough for tonight. It's late or early, whichever way you're facing. The show is good. The night is quiet. Sleep well. But since we have the time, and maybe some of you do too, let me end with something that I find myself returning to about Steven Universe specifically, which is what it chose to be about rather than what it could have been about. A show with this premise could have been primarily about the mythology, the empire, the war, the political history of the Diamond Authority, the cosmological scope of what gem society is and has been. Those elements are present and they're interesting and they inform everything. But the show is never primarily interested in them. The mythology is the weather. The characters are the story. That's the specific and considered choice. You could tell a different show in this world, a more expansive, more political, more world-building heavy show, and it would be interesting. But it wouldn't be Steven Universe. Steven Universe is specifically and only interested in people. In the specific way this particular gem processes her history. In the exact texture of this relationship. In the precise cost of this choice on this person. It's intimate for a show about ancient civilizations and interplanetary empires. It keeps returning to the small. To the beach. To the donut shop. To Greg in his van. To the conversations that happen in the moments between the crises. When people are just being who they are with each other. Pearl and Greg on a rooftop, figuring out that they both loved the same person differently, and that this can be a bridge rather than a wall. Amethyst and Steven in the kindergarten, standing together in the silence that comes after she says, "I am a mistake," and not trying to argue her out of it, but just being there, which turns out to be more useful. Garnet unfusing on the hill in Keystone Motel, the episode where Ruby and Sapphire have a genuine fight, where their disagreement about Rose becomes specific enough that being Garnet doesn't work for a little while. Where Steven watches two people he thought were seamlessly one be clearly, genuinely two people who are struggling. And the way that episode is about nothing more or less than people who love each other having a hard time and coming through it. These moments aren't the climax of the show. They're not the peak moments, they're the texture, the material of which the show is made. And they're what I mean when I say that the show gets warmer as well as darker on rewatches. The more you understand, the more each of these small moments carries. There's a kind of love in the show's making of these moments. Rebecca Sugar, and the crew she worked with, and everyone who put themselves into this, they cared. You can feel it. The care for these characters, for their specific and individual struggles, for the way they talk to each other, for the fact that the show finds them interesting and worth spending time with even in the ordinary moments. That care is in the animation and in the music and in the writing, and it doesn't diminish with rewatching. It's still there. That's the last thing I think. The care is still there. Now, sleep well. Really. The show will be there whenever you want to come back. And so will Beach City, and the Crystal Temple, and the donut shop, and all the people who kept choosing love in a world that kept giving them reasons not to. It's a good world for a cartoon. It's a good world